Hello, chat. Hello. So, it's time to game. Now, you might notice pretty immediately that I sound a little different. That's because I got a microphone. I got a microphone. I got a microphone. It's a really good microphone. It picks up my voice from pretty much anywhere in the room. If I back up, if at any point during the stream I sound like I'm far away, it's because I'm far away, chat. Yes, I can see your chat, Alice. You're not banned anymore. I don't know why you were for one stream. It was really weird. You weren't actually banned, you just didn't have chat messages showing up. So, things about this Kanto. I was debating for a while what I wanted to do, what team I wanted to run for this Kanto. I was originally just going to run 7... Also, I should ask, is the audio balancing good? Like, can I be heard over the game? Because that's important. But, I wanted to run 7 finger IDs, because I assumed we would be getting 2 on the first week of the season, and then we only got 1. So then I was okay, yeah, I could substitute in the last slot for whatever. It's like I could run Tremor, because Tremor is pretty cool, and the game is gonna force me to run Ryoshu anyway. But then I thought about it like 6 minutes ago. That's not even an exaggeration. I was like, what if, because I wanted to run Envy Resonance when we did the Railway rerun, and then I couldn't because it only had 5 slots, and that team does not work with only 5 slots. So I was like, you know what? I will just run Envy Resonance. And so that's what I did. So we're going to be using Red Eyes Ryoshu, because I have her. Joe? Wait a minute. Syndicates are not honorable mention fingers. You can be a syndicate without being connected to a finger. But before we do any of that, I gotta read the new ID stories, because I haven't done that yet. It's not a Red Eyes and Penitence model. It's actually just a Red Eyes model. Made, of course, by Kiwi, who does wonderful work every time I ask for it. So we're gonna start with stories. I'm gonna start with Faust, because I like her art worse. We know the Kurokuma are directly related to the thumb. That's true. So I also have new headphones, so everything is very crisp in my ears. One thing that you'll notice is that occasionally the mic will pick up my mouse, because the mic is really good and can pick up anything from anywhere. It also has a mute button that's really easy to trigger. Like, I'll just be talking and then I'll come back. It's just really nice. I just have to tap the top of it. To Faust. Consume your vocal cords, boiled for 14 seconds in simmering salt water as part of your dinner time meal. Huh? Will you be alright? It is the will of the prescript. I merely ensure that it is fulfilled. What mic did you get? It is a HyperX Quadcast. I got it in part because of famous YouTuber Astral Spiff uses it, and I know it's a good mic. It has good quality. I didn't set it up at all, so that might be part of the issue of why I sound like crap, in case I do sound like crap, but apparently I sound good. But you just have to occasionally deal with hearing my mouse. There seem to be more prescripts of this sort lately. Last time a proselyte received a prescript telling them to grill their own head medium rare and serve it to their neighbor. How do you even fulfill that? You can... Huh. Does that not make you scared? The prescript knows all. And consequently, Faust, who submits to the prescript, is equivalent to knowing it all. As such, there can be no place for fear. To Faust. Access the gazelle shaft and convert 3 unknown things into known things. Oh, so the city just knows about this, then. Once again, they refuse to engage me, saying that there is nothing to discuss with a blindfolded Faust. And yet, their inability to lower my access right or revoke it completely must owe to the fact that I am a Faust who follows the prescript. So be it. So long as information remains available, the prescript's execution will proceed unhindered. The index's fabric is woven by looms. Fabrics are, obviously, made by machines such as looms. Well, the thing is, that was a messenger asking that. So it's like, you know. If such mundane knowledge is recorded, then it is highly possible that the looms mentioned must conceal an alternate meaning. But just in case, I will set aside this particular piece of information and select another 3. To Faust. Within 1 week, rendezvous with other proselytes at the intersection at Block B and walk the streets. Postscript. Walk by following the proselyte who arrives last. The texture of the slip is different. It was given to me by messenger of another district. Wait, the prescript you received yesterday, didn't it tell you to eat your... It is rather outdated to think that one cannot vocalize without vocal cords. Yo, Coffee, thank you for the 5, I appreciate it. Apologies. That wasn't meant as a demand for apology, but very well. I think I now understand how to carry out this prescript. Really? But it seemed quite cryptic. How do you plan to execute it? I'll tell you when we meet again. To Faust. Climb to the rooftop of a building 3 stories or higher and wave your hand while looking down for 1 minute. A simple enough prescript, and that is? I received a prescript telling me to deliver extra fabric to you. It has been a while since I last received more fabric for patching. Congratulations. If you receive it just once more, you may be able to lengthen your cloak. The music is usually banging. Love it when your daily task is go for a walk with pals, help out the guy who falls behind. That's not what it said, though. It said, go for a walk with pals, the pal who shows up last is the guy who walks first. Perhaps. By the way, how did you carry out the prescript from last time? You said you'd tell me when we meet again. For an entire week, I kept walking around the intersection at Block B. I walked in a wide loop with neither a start nor finish. In that way, I was able to fulfill the prescript even when new proselytes joined the group. Oh, but you don't know who arrives last until... Okay. I understand now. So you will always be in the back... The person who arrives last will always be the person in the lead if you're walking in a circle. That makes sense. The way you're progressing, the prescript may grant you a sword of your own rather than mere fabric. If that is where the prescripts lead me. Got prescript. Got prescript? Not much time. Need tailoring? Give fabric. The tailor has arrived. I must take my leave. To Faust. Enter as the 3rd customer of the day to a restaurant that sells chickens and leave last. Start a game of hide and seek with at least 3 people, then return home as the It. Read 6 books, then visit the district that appears in the last book read. No time limit. See, I don't understand the ones that have no time limit, because at that point you might as well just not fulfill them, because you have no time limit. This means... To Faust. Kill the liar within the alley within the alleys. It seems you haven't followed the prescript for quite some time. There is no other explanation as to why a messenger's long cloak would be sliced through with such ease. The different texture of the paper slip, the instructions that have become too intuitive, the unlimited deadline, as though someone had intended to allow me some room for flexibility. It all seemed too convenient to be true. It wasn't hard to deduce the liar's identity. Wait! With this, I will be able to kill the liar. I was only undertaking the prescript myself. I was told to make false prescripts and distribute them to the proselytes. Here, look. Interesting. That, however, doesn't seem to be the direction to which the prescript intended to lead you. What? I mean to say that not following the prescript would have been a way to serve its will. But that makes no sense. That's not... A warning, perhaps, that one must not be so easily swayed by what is visible. See, that just doesn't make sense. Okay. The length of their cloak is the rank thing? That makes sense considering the proxies that we've seen all have really long cloaks. Right. And the messengers do too, honestly, like... I mean, the prescripts have always been really, like, vague. So, it makes sense that they keep giving them stuff that can't really be fulfilled, realistically. They just have to find a funny way to make it actually fulfilled. Should have read it better, SMH. Yeah, who would have thought that not doing what it says is the actual answer? Well, the city already knows if you will follow the prescript or not, but getting the prescript itself may lead you down the path that they want. That's fair. I don't understand. Stored in the armory are the very same gear my team and I have been using until just a few days ago. I remember receiving a report that there were abnormalities and distortions that we were to exercise martial force to suppress. Upon hearing that, I came in here and packed a few ammo cans full of anti-abnormality special rounds for the mission. I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. So how come they are all so faulty now? Sonar interference module. It's got a snapped actuator cable. Impact distributive attenuation unit. It's not even here. Default cognition filter settings are all jacked up too. These were all functions that, while never used that frequently, were consequential enough that I was pushed to use them all at least once while on an operation. Yo, Alice, thank you for becoming a member. Bread. I need to fix that. It's like my channel has nothing to do with bread. I just called it Bread Basket. Gotta love when my crime syndicate keeps giving me instructions via ChatGPT. That's not true. We have no proof that the looms harm the environment. $5 if he didn't do it. Some other prescript would have said he broke it and should be punished. Thank you for the 5. I think that the prescript is kind of dumb, and whenever you get one, you should not fulfill it because it'd be funny. Me? I'm the real will of the city. Don't fulfill the prescript's orders because it's funnier that way. Oops. What did I just do? Oh. Something about this smelled funny. It was too precise and intentional to be disregarded as a mere coincidence. Almost as if someone who possesses a comprehensive technical and tactical knowledge of each gear sabotaged them. What the hell is this? Ma'am? Couldn't you have... I don't suppose there was any reason for you to knock. No, ma'am. I did not knock, on account of this being an armory. So what is your business? A document for you, ma'am. It is a business letter. Latest release dimensional container issuance logistics notice, ma'am. Latest release dimensional container? Must be referring to the wallet model I saw in the pamphlet some time ago. I do wonder if it really is necessary to replace the gear again, especially when the last renewal was but a month ago. But why not, I suppose? This company is disgustingly rich. I have no idea how they do it, but they keep picking up these partnerships with corporations and workshops, even snagging the rights to internally distribute their yet-to-be-announced products as test runs. When I see them eagerly issuing us gears loaded with singularity tech, which must have cost them a fortune in patent fees, it almost makes me wonder if they never even consider the idea of budgeting. Even the gears in this armory are all high quality. No, they're not just high quality, they're extravagantly top-notch. Very well, leave it on my desk and... Hold on. Do you know who is responsible for running the last gear inspection? Of this armory? Technicians sent directly by the higher-ups in the LCA, ma'am. They came in a few days ago to test their functionalities. From the headquarters? Yes, ma'am. By any chance, would you like us to run an inspection of our own? No, don't worry about it. They already ran an inspection just a few days ago anyway. No need to concern yourselves with doing it again. Anyway, how's the situation down at the research facility? According to the transmission from the before team, it seems to me they're having a hard time getting a clear picture of what's happening within the facility. Regardless, the word is that the recon team of the Special Operations Unit might be getting deployed soon. The Special Operations Unit? Are the portals working again? No, ma'am. Strange. The HQ's response is too tepid, considering it's the research facility of the LCE under attack. Even stranger still, Wayfarer Corp., responsible for the development and service of the backdoor portal stabilization technology for the HQ, hasn't reacted in any meaningful way to this rather serious breach of security. Perhaps they've already talked this out with the higher-ups, but either way, this isn't something a mere team leader like myself should rack her head over. So, we know from the story that the next corps that are likely to be replaced are W Corp and R Corp, right? So Wayfarer Corp is probably looking to take the place of W Corp. Since they do, like, the fast travel thing as well. Right? I wouldn't be surprised. Would you like us to go on standby for deployment, just in case? Say it like you mean it next time. Just take it easy for now. Yes, ma'am. I should inspect the rest of the gear in here. And that's everything. So the HQ employees left these gears in such states of disrepair, huh? But they've left these too neatly organized afterward to chalk it up to mere negligence. What could this shady company possibly be planning now? After the smoke war came to a close, I wandered for a while, unable to find a place to settle, until one day, I was scouted by a rather peculiar Grade 1 fixer office, which has mysteriously maintained its grade despite its rather middling fame and performance via a mutual acquaintance connection. I don't remember R Corp being replaced, but I do know that L Corp needs to be replaced. No, R Corp wasn't being replaced. It was that with L Corp's fall, they don't have enough energy to fulfill their purpose. Is basically what it was. The terms of the contract, which were delivered to me with a heads up that we would later be a part of a corporation called Limbus Company, were almost unbelievably lucrative. Although the role I was to take was that of a simple team leader at a company I had only just heard of, I was offered with an eye-watering salary. And those assigned under my command were nothing less than what we would call elite operatives. Despite those incredible perks, there were moments when I could not help but feel a sudden chill running down my spine as I carried out the mission sent to us from the higher-ups. Our next mission seems to be will be sent to obliterate a finger subsidiary known as the House of Spiders. Yes, now is one such moment. There's that sudden chill again, that I might be getting swept up in a current much greater than myself. In the zone we're handling, looks like we'll be responsible for dealing with a proxy of the Index who was once a star of the city all on his own. We're going to need a new strategy. Ujat Talata, cover the gap on our left. I'll take the right. We lost the target. Ma'am, how do you think the proselytes found out about this place? Through the prescripts. What else could it possibly be? Among the Index members who crashed the fight, the ones wearing long capes went after the so-called Index Nurse Father without engaging us. That Nurse Father had a rather nasty, almost fatal wound. But assuming that the Index members who went after the Nurse Father would provide appropriate medical assistance, survival was still a possibility. Yo, hello, Joel. We suffered some heavy losses, but this is a rather acceptable outcome. Numerous rarely used functions and additional workshop gear you brought to the mission really came in through the clutch in this operation, ma'am. That is not how that phrase is supposed to be said. I thought preparing as wide a range of options as possible seemed to be the most apt countermeasure against an enemy that is difficult to predict, that is all. As for our deceased, collect their gear, and either incinerate or crush their faces. Well then, time for the report. Come in. This is LTA Vanguard Team Ujjat. Position secured. Over. I sense it all in that slight exhale coming through the radio. The surprise followed by marvel, and through it all, an undercurrent of annoyance. The listener is impressed by the unexpected success, but annoyed by the fact that that said success undermined the real intent behind the mission. Is that so? That might as well have been a confirmation of my suspicions. Now I know who sabotaged our gears in the Armory. Any internal documents and bodies found on site will be collected by the after team. As for the handovers of relics to the LCA R&D team, we will be giving the relic handling task to a different party. Understood. Do you have any further questions? Negative. Listen, team leader. Please keep up the good work, exactly as you are doing now. There were many questions to be explored upon my return, but at this moment I had only one answer to mutter back into the radio. Understood. So they tried to kill them, but they won, and now they're annoyed that they didn't kill them. That's interesting. I mean, to be expected, right? I almost just turned all of this into modules. That would have been a mistake. Anyways. Yeah, most likely we're going to be running Envy Resonance, because I think that would be the most fun. And if at any point it becomes too frustrating to deal with it, I'll switch to Burn, because that's usually what works in almost every single fight in the game. But I gotta level these guys up, because we are not at the level cap right now. And the level cap is something I can get to. By the way, I have 14,000 thread. So that's cool. Turns out when you don't have the ability to shard IDs because you're a content creator, you end up with a lot of spare shards. Also, that ID has more than 300 health. That's cool. I'm curious, because this is the ID with the most health in the game, right? This will put him at 313? That's quite a lot. I'm kind of trying to think, because I don't know what the best ID for Gregor would be in this team, if I'm being honest. I don't know why I feel like I have a lot more IDs to level up than I normally do. Perhaps just because I haven't needed to level up IDs in a while. Also, after we complete the content for today, we get a new XP excavation, so it's gonna be even easier to get these tickets. So, like, thinking about it, there's no Greg that's good at using envy skills. So I could realistically run anybody. And I'm thinking the best one is probably just Night Owls, because he has a support passive that I literally can't activate, but if he ends up in battle, he's gonna be pretty good. And then Yisang, I'm just always gonna run Ring, because Ring gives me SP. So, there we go. Team hasn't changed too much. R-Corp, Rodian is basically it. You could make a cloak out of that. That's true. Clear the details tab to see their abilities all at once. I mean, yeah. I'm just trying to think. Do I have any wrong ego equipped? That's a good question. No. At least not for now. I imagine that move-in regulation is going to be an Envy ego, so that'll be equipped on Heathcliff. But aside from that, I don't see anything here that's incorrect, so... The Unsevering. I believe there are 18 stages in this first part, because 9-18 is the one that unlocks the excavation, so that's what I would assume. Let's get into it. I actually don't know what to expect.
시작과 끝이 맞닿아 있는 실타래가 있었다. 모든 순간은 시실과 날실이 되어 짜여지며 시간은 흐르지 않고 한 자리에 엉켜진다.
자, 읽어봐.
너의 첫울음과 마지막 숨결 사이 모든 순간의 한가운데에서 나는 너를 보고 있다.
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라 요시대라고 읽는 거다.
Yoshide. Yeah, it's really weird that Ryoshu starts out with a heartfelt moment between her and her own daughter. Or mother. I actually don't know which one is supposed to be her.
요슈, 이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
길을 잃은 내 아이야. 돌아오는 방향을 모르겠다면 가장 아팠던 첫 매듭을 더듬어서 되짚어라. 그 떨림이 멎는 곳에는 내가 있단다.
오늘이군요.
Oh, this guy again.
네, 오늘이네요. 팀장님 혹시
잠깐 떨리냐는 질문은 하지 말게. 그런 건 스스로의 연구 결과에 자신 없는 범인들이나 하는 행동이지 않나.
This is the first time we're actually hearing Honam's voice, isn't it?
말하고 보니 지난번 학회 때 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 3초에 5번씩 손을 떨던 자가 생각나는군. 나 솔직히 좀 꼴에서 나왔네.
Bro, you are yapping.
아, 그들이 과연 내가
Oh, he is yapping.
알아들을 수 있을까라는 불안감을 되새기면 적당한 긴장감에 다리 정도는 떨릴지도 모르겠군. 그래도 자네들이 한번 검토해준 덕에 한결 안심이지. 자네들이 이해했다면 나머지 청중들도 이야기 정도는 따라올 테니까.
적어도 지난번처럼 절반 넘게 숙면을 취할 일은 없을 겁니다.
그러고 보니 추가 연구를 위한 협조 요청은 왜 여태껏 승인이 안 난 건지 알고 있나?
LCA 연구 개발팀에서 계속 관리하고 있거든요. 하던 연구에나 집중하라고.
사자롭게구나. 관리한 담당자가 누구인지 아는 게 있나?
지난번 학회에서 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 손을 떨던 그 부팀장분이요. 팀장님이 코웃음을
Good night,
치셨다는 것에
Fay.
대한 앙금이 아직 안 풀리셨나 봐요.
Hubert, level of yapping. I gotta remind myself that there's 2 characters in this universe named Hubert, and I was like, the guy from Ruina who has like 4 lines total.
아, 그랬던 건가? 아마 이번 발표가 끝나면 그자도 별말 못하고 승인할 걸세. 기존 연구는 이제 더할 나위 없을 정도로 진척되었으니.
압류.
아무래도 안 되겠군. 개인적인 호기심을 풀이하기 위한 추가 연구이긴 해도 회사에 이익이 될 연구임에는 틀림이 없네. 마튼, 혹시 내가 어제 만든 추가 연구 계획서는 챙겼나? 예상되는 성과를 눈앞에 들이밀면 LCA에서도 승인하지 않고서는 못 베기겠지.
Well, you say that, but if the company is as rich as Otis's uptie story says it is, then they probably don't care how much money you're making off your research.
그건 따로 필요하지 않을 것 같아 연구실에 두고 왔는데.
Is it the reason they tried to rename him? Probably.
그 연구에서 성과를 거둔다면 시설실의 전력 효율도 높일 수 있을 걸세. 안 그래도 지금 하고 있는 실험이 워낙 전력을 많이 잡아먹어서 가용 전력이 영 간당간당하지 않나.
Isn't his name Herbert? I actually don't know. 2 Huberts, 2 Dantes, and 2 Yuris, both of whom are decapitated. I don't even remember the second Yuri. Also, the first Yuri was technically not decapitated. She just became an apple, which is different. She got decapitated after she became an apple. I'm just wrong. Who was the second Yuri? But it's like his name is Herbert. Okay, well, they're close enough. I will never call him Herbert. The one from Limbus is the second Yuri. Okay, so who's the first one?
연구실 난방기에 쓰는 전력도 아깝다고 다 같이 추위에 떨면서 실험했었죠. 저는
Oh, the first Yuri was the Kurakumo captain that gets bodied in distortion detective. Yeah, I remember that character. They stop the limousine that Moses and them are in, and then Vespa gets out of the car and obliterates them. Like, Herbert is because he's meant to be an H.G. Wells tie-in. I mean, I knew that.
아무튼 계획서는 제가 가져올게요. 팀장님이랑 마튼 씨는 발표 준비에 집중하세요.
지원 요청. 여기는 LC 부서. 북도 YS 보부근. 긴급하게 지원 요청한다. 지금이 그러니까 코드.
미안하구나. 그렇게 불필요하게 절단하고 싶진 않았는데 유감스럽게도 의식을 잃은 것 같으니 대신 전하지. 코드라고 하기에는 너무 거창하고 이곳에는 일말의 가망조차 남지 않았다. 아마 그렇게 말하고 싶었을 거야.
A few hours later. A good deal of time had passed since we'd said our heartfelt farewells to Shachi-chun, yet we still remained stuck in Hongyan.
오늘 출발하는 거 맞냐? 날짜 헷갈린 거 아니고?
그건 아닌데 베르길리우스 씨랑 파일럿 씨를 데리고 오신다던 소드 씨까지 늦으시네요.
홍원 밖으로 이어지는 직통도로가 코앞이다. 소드 그자가 트럭을 타고 이 장소까지 모이라는 메모를 휘갈겨 쓰고 간 것을
Drive out here with a
이번에는
truck.
확실할 테지.
Me, I'm in my truck.
그랬으면 좋겠네요.
People on Twitter are calling that character Poland because he stands in a P stance and has Roland's outfit. I'm sure we'll learn his name. Like,
대관원에서 나올 때 문지기 분들이 몇 시에 돌아오는지 물어보더라니까요. 저희가 아예 홍원의 정식 거주민이 된 줄 아시더라고요.
그럴만하지. 지난번부터 계속 떠난다면서 잔치상도 성대하게 2차례나 얻어먹었는데 계속 안 가고 미적지근하게 있기만 하니까.
그러니까 이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테. 하고 말해줬잖아.
That's her impression of Virgilius. Okay.
카론의 내 피에 출발할게 부릉부릉 하는 말도 못 들은 지 너무 오래됐고.
That just sounds like Haran. That's not even an impression. I think they literally just got the voice actress.
베르길리우스님이 지금처럼 오랫동안 저희를 떠났을 때가 있었나요?
계약 위반에 따른
추가적인 업무 배정이 있었던 것이 원인일 수 있으나 그것을 고려하더라도 부재 기간이 길어지고 있다.
I don't care what they name him. He's Poland now. Poland.
설마 저희를 도와주신 일 때문에 아직도...
그렇지는 않습니다. 당시의 계약 위반 사항으로 인한 징계가 남아있는 것은 사실이지만 H사에서 할 수 있는 LCC와의 업무는 가시춘 씨가 가주가 된 직후에 모두 마무리되었죠.
다른 이유는 짐작가는 바가 없구려.
Haven't had a start that brutal since Yisang. I don't remember Yisang's Kanto start being very brutal. Virgilius and Karan would always be away whenever we traveled to a new place. But yeah, never for this long.
이번에도 같은 일로 자리를 비우신 걸까요?
Everyone turned to look at Faust.
베르길리우스 씨가 자리를 비우는 이유에 대해서 아직 여러분에게 공유드릴 수 있는 정보는 없습니다.
I like how everybody's just kind of realized that Faust is basically a glorified telephone. Like, she gets the information immediately because the other Fausts would know. So it's like, maybe we can just ask Virgilius when he gets here.
그 양반이 자기 목적지를 밝힐 리가 있겠어? 우리한테 맨날 어디 가야만 한다고 말하지.
봤어! 만날 카롱군과 둘만 아이스크림 먹으러 가고! 혹시 구역을 순회하면서 그곳의 특산물을 모조리 섭렵하고 돌아오는 것은?
이게 무슨 맛집 탐방 모임도 아니고 그딴 이유겠냐?
You saying started with dead sinners? Oh, the bull, right. I forgot because it's been so long and I hate that Kanto.
저희의 길을 안내해 주는 것과 별개로 베르길리우스 씨에게도 가야 할 자신의 길이 있을 뿐이겠죠.
I've got no idea what his path would even look like. Hell? Brother, you're from the same book. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Virgilius. We know neither the path he has walked nor the path he seeks to walk. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day.
길잡이야 껄핏하면 자리를 비우니까 그렇다 쳐도 소드는 왜 안 오는 건데? 늦어도 우리가 늦었지. 자기가 지각해서 우리를 이렇게 내버려 둔다고?
작전에 변경점이라도 생긴 건 아닐까?
보통 작전 중 연락이 두절되는 이유는
Yeah, that's usually a bad sign.
변경이 아니라 변수 때문일 가능성이 높지.
As if to prove Otis right, someone forcefully yanks the truck's door open. Saud?
자기 어떻게든...
Saud stumbled into the truck, short of breath. She was bleeding and covered in wounds, both minor and serious. Her eyes glistened with wild anxiety. She's missing an arm. Okay. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. The first thing that caught my attention, however, was the stump right where her left arm used to be. What a background image. It's literally just Limbus Company. Yep, that's the game we're playing. The spider's thread. We're having combat immediately. Clear within 10 turns, weak to slash and wrath. Both things, by the way, that... I mean, there's a lot of slash on the new IDs, but the wrath is kind of missing. Continuable? I actually don't know what that means. Alright, let's figure this out. We have to bring Ryoshu, because this is her Kanto.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리 부드럽
H사 형님과 누님들을 위해
각청
컨제스천 클리닝 아머
고래를 향해
Yeah, that's probably fine. I'll put them in the back, of course.
120번 홍로 준비는 끝내. 소재가 준비돼.
모델 45-3 충전.
Huh?
전투 준비 완료.
What was this? Wait, what?
지금 바로 전투를 준비해 주세요.
That wasn't a spoiler, Angela. Don't eat that. It means if you fail, you can hit the continue button and use lunacy. Oh, okay. I don't care to do that. I don't think I'll end up failing.
저는 보다시피 더 이상 작전을 수행할 수 없는 상황이라 여러분의 도움이 필요합니다.
Saud collapsed to the floor before we even had the chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her arm.
베르길리우스 씨와 접선한 직후 기습을 당했어요.
Don't look at the spoilers. It wasn't a spoiler. They just said 7 association. There was nothing in it. There are 7 association IDs.
머지않아 이곳까지 올 거예요.
Where once her resolve had not faltered even in the face of death, a grave look of despair now filled her eyes.
습격 인원은
Yo, bueno, how's it going? No, don't delete. What the hell? Angela! You can't do that! Don't do that to Veno. There probably was a spoiler. But I didn't see that. So, Veno is not evil. Do not delete messages by Veno-sama. That is dog. We give dog pets. That is all. I'ma spoil his milk? Good idea.
둘,
Two?
한 명은 베르길리우스님이 맡고 있었고 저는
베르가?
Color returned to Rhodia's face upon hearing Virgilius's name.
그러면 벌써 베르가 다 처리하고 여기로 오는 중인 거 아닐까?
아니, 아닐 거예요. 제가 카론을 놓쳐버렸어요. 카론을 붙잡고 도망치던 팔이 통째로 날아가서 제가 끝까지 놓지 말아야 했는데.
카론군을 놓쳤다니 그게 무슨...
Done, they cut her arm off. Saud grimaced, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual collected self.
혹시 카론님이 인질로 붙잡히신 건가요?
네, 카론이 그자들에게 붙잡히는 걸 막을 수 없었어요.
Effie and Saud would have been suffering from the most gruesome shit since Kanto 3. I feel so bad for Saud. Well, Effie, remember, is just dead. He's gone. Oh, are you saying she was holding on to Charon with the arm, and then the arm got cut off, and she grabbed the arm with her other arm, and that's what let go? That's crazy, if that's the truth.
파일럿이는요?
상처가 깊지만 의식은 마지막까지 남아 있었어요.
Driver is in peril. They missed the missing voice lines? Yeah, they already updated. They uploaded an update today. I think that's what got fixed. I didn't actually read it.
우선 전투부터 준비하죠.
적어도 목표는 명확하군요. 쫓아온 습격자를 처리한 뒤 카론을 구하면 될 것 같습니다, 관리자님. 비록
어쩌면 이 습격이 끝이 아닐지도 몰라요. 아까 이곳으로 도망치던 와중에 본사에 무전이 흘러들어왔는데.
A sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the truck's silence. Saud froze up, staring at the radio's speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place.
여기는 LCB. 상황 전파를 한다.
본사 연구소가
연구소?
습격을... 사랑하는 우리 딸, 그동안 잘 지냈어. 이제 그만 울고 집으로 돌아와야 하지 않겠니?
Utter silence descends as a kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate, and it was easy to guess who the daughter was.
시계, 거미줄이 쳐졌다.
Web?
피할 수 없는 길에 근사하게도 늘어놓았군.
Holan. That's when I recalled something Lei Heng had mentioned, the House of Spiders. Thinking back to how intensely Ryoshu reacted then. Do you think these attackers have something to do with that, Lei Heng guy from earlier?
그럴 리가. 그놈은 스쳐가는 과외 선생들 중 하나였을 뿐이다.
그럼 도대체 누가? 다른 것도 아니고 본사잖아요.
모르겠어요. 본사는 침입자들이 원한다면
Gregor's the daughter?
들어올 수 있는 장소가 아니에요.
Oh, of course. Yes. Lei Heng. Don't call him that.
그곳에
He's
무단
dead.
침입이라니.
Have some respect.
없어서.
What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during a mission. Lei Heng has been gone for one intervallo and I still miss him. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about that mission in the first place, would come under attack, especially while we were left without a guide.
그래. 그들이 날 직접 찾아올 리가 없지. 거미줄을 쳐놓으면 먹이는 알아서 걸려들기 마련이니.
The plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshu's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria.
료슈 씨, 혹시 당신에게는 이 모든 상황이 그저 재밌는 일에 지나지 않는 건가요?
Robo Heng will come back. It's like that guy from the Kingsman movies. Every movie he gets a limb cut off, and then the next movie he comes back and just has a robotic version of that limb. So Lei Heng's gonna come back with a robotic head. Then we're gonna cut his legs off. And then the next Kanto he's gonna come back as a spider mech. And he'll just keep coming back because you can't get rid of him. It's like Ricardo, but less interesting. Soud shot an incredulous look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash.
그래.
Sure is.
그토록 고대하던 시간이 마침내 제 발로 찾아왔다. 두근거리는 게 당연하지 않나?
Casco is posting spoilers. That's not how this works. I always come back. You can't turn Lei Heng into Feet Afton. You can't put him into an animatronic bunny suit. That's not okay. He's gonna look like 2003 Baxter Stockman by the end of the series. I actually have no idea who that is, so I don't get the reference.
하지만 착각하지 마라. 유희에 대한 기대와 진심은 별개의 영역. 나는 단 한순간도 맡은 일을 유쾌하게 즐길지언정 가볍게 여긴 적이 없다.
Riz Cardo. Don't call him that either.
이전에도 지금도 곧 이곳까지 올 거라 했지. 버스 기사를 데려간 놈도 여기로 오고 있는 건가?
카론 씨한테 무슨 일이라도 생기면
What if it's an animatronic tiger suit that'd fit him? I don't know, man. What if it's just a possessed gunblade? So whoever picks up the sword gets infested with the spirit of Lei Heng? And he just keeps body swapping until he eventually catches up to us and we figure it out?
붉은 시선님을 볼 면목이 없어요.
Lei Heng gets genetically engineered and turns himself into a furry. He has no head! How is he gonna... What? Come on, chat.
대화가 안 되는군.
거미들이 버스 기사를 건드리진 않을 거다. 버스 기사는 커다란 먹잇감을 낚기 위한 미끼일 뿐 사냥감이 아니거든. 그러니 볼썽사납게 떨지 말고 세팅이나 하도록.
네?
이 트럭의 뒷문. 지금 당장 본사 연구소로 연결할 수 있는 건가?
잠시만요. 가능하긴 한데 본사로 직행하는 뒷문 포탈을 이용하려면 좌표에 맞는 보안 코드를 확인해야 해서 조금 시간이 걸릴 거예요.
It's going to take some time. She's currently bleeding out. So I don't know if she's best to do that.
곧 내 놈을 쫓아올 녀석을 상대하고 들어가면 딱 맞겠군.
As Saud navigated through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm, the sinners all began to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at their ready.
그런데 본사로 가도 괜찮은 거 맞나요? 함정에 제 발로 들어가는 기분인데.
Should have bought a replacement head. That's so true. So no head. Give Lei Heng a digital clock for a head instead. Okay, man.
차라리 대관원에 도움을 요청하는 건 어떨까요?
No, Sinclair. They've had too much screen time. We need to see somebody else.
방법은 될 수 있겠지. 하지만 본사가 엮인 이상 친분이 있다 해도 날개의 손을 빌려 해결했다간 차후 어마어마한 대가를 치러야 할 거다.
Angela, I think the word you're looking for is convulsing. Compulsing is just returning to the hand.
관리자님, 어떻게 하시겠습니까?
We'll head straight to the HQ research facility as soon as Saud opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu's turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time.
각오하는 게 좋을 거다. 이 앞은 분명 나락일 것이고 나락은 언제나 기다리고 있던 게 있었으니.
천장의 소리. 아무래도 습격자가 차량을 발견한 모양이야.
이거 부서지기 전에 일단 넓은 곳으로 나가는 게 낫지 않겠냐?
아니요. 이 트럭은 피사의 특이점이 적용되어 있다고 했잖아요. 외부로부터 안전하게 보호해주는 거요.
안전한 건 맞지? 지금 천장에 살짝 금 간 것 같지 않아?
네? 그럴 리가. 분명 탄성이 강해서 어지간한 힘에는 휘기만 할 텐데. 차량형 이동장치 외벽에 피사의 특이점이 적용된 것은 맞습니다. 그래서 트럭은 밖에서 볼 때보다 안이 넓고 외부 충격으로부터 방어하기 좋죠. 다만 피사에서 저희가 탑승했던 실험 모델과 달리 이
Oh,
차량은
this one's just cheaper.
기포팀의 원활한
Okay.
배치를 목적으로 운영되는 저가형 모델로 보이는군요.
Love the new crisp voice. I have to get very close to the microphone to make it sound like I'm not echoing in recording. But it is very nice to have a real microphone for once.
충분한 성능을 위해서는 언제나 그에 걸맞은 값이 들고 그렇지 않은 제품은 특이점이라 한들 파괴될 수 있다는 겁니다.
싸구려라는 거네.
그렇다면 거미집의 아비는 아니군. 아비 중 한 명이었다면 이 정도 벽은 첫 소음과 함께 박살냈을 테지. 처음부터 강한 놈이 나타나는 건 너무 단조로운 전개일 테니.
Okay, you can't just fourth wall break us like that. I hear us bickering all the time. Okay.
아비라면 혹시 지난번 뇌횡이라는 자가 말했던
사담은 상황이 끝난 뒤에 해도 늦지 않다.
What were you using before? I was using a headset microphone before. I hate this line. That's fair.
관리자님, 곧 천장 부분이 파괴될 것 같습니다.
Go for the kill the moment they get inside. Oh, that was fast. Oh, I did not even look at the person. I clicked too fast. Wait, don't engage. Though we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside, we had to immediately backtrack on that idea when we saw who he was carrying. Hi, Welvader. Stay for watch long because I don't want to spoil myself until I get the chance to stream it, but I hope you have fun. I hope you have fun too, buddy. It's good to see you.
일부러 저자의 팔만 잘라내고 그 흔적을 따라 추적했나.
예상대로 동료들에게 도움을 구하기 위해 온 것을 보니.
You're just in time for a spoiler. It's the second stage.
반응을 지켜본 것은 옳은 판단이었던 것 같군요.
So this is a level 1 of whatever tier he's on. The intruder continued, glancing towards Saud. As if in response to that, Ryoshu placed her hand on her scabbard. Ryoshu?
ken. 버스 기사가 다칠 일은 없을 테니. 그러니 시계 난장 피우지 마라.
네? 그게 무슨... 요슈씨!
Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and rushed toward the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air. Hey, Lumiere.
막았나?
인질은 신경도 쓰지 않으시는 겁니까?
내 놈들이 죽게 둘 리 없지. 인질의 목숨으로 붉은 길잡이의 분노를 살 계획은 없을 테니.
Yeah, they're probably smart enough to know that Virgilius is a real threat. Like Ryoshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes without harming Charon. Just as the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault.
전투의 예법을 다하기 위해 한 번씩 상대해드리려 했습니다만 스승님이 올 때까지 이 자리를 넘겨줘서는 안 되는 상황인지라.
Oh, those don't look unusual at all. The intruder gestured with his hand, and strange, bizarre things dropped to the ceiling with a thump.
빌려온 무기를 사용해야겠군요.
저건
Are those...
뒤틀림이나 괴물 같은 걸까요?
Are you unsevering it right now? I mean, yes. No. I think they're people.
저 자식이 말한 그 스승이란 놈 베르길리우스가 상대하고 있댔지?
특색 날이 분명 카론군이 붙잡혀서 제대로 싸우지 못하고 있는 것이라 생각한다네.
카론을 구해서 본사든 어디든 도망치기만 해도 길잡이가 전력을 다할 수 있는 거 아니냐?
당장 할 수 있는 건 그게 최선인 것 같긴 하네요.
It's Jaehyun's puppets. No, he's dead. Still, let's be careful and prioritize Charon's safety above all else. Alright, so what actually are they? Is the question. Oh, not even new musics. That's sad. The Ring Corporist Automanican Combatant. Wait, they're not even thumb, they're the ring. I mean, that's a pretty scary skill, but it's not that big of a deal. Tremor Hemorrhage? Oh, cool. Oh, good, we're gonna get more of that this Kanto. Automated Myofiber. Deal 15% more damage per stack. At 2 stacks, convert all of this unit's attack skills into unbreakables. Okay. So they don't do anything until they use a block. Got it. That's Heathcliff. Yippee! Instant win. When we getting Pinky, Twin? We got Pinky last Kanto. Okay, Merceau. That's fine. You buffoon. Do not ever hit Sinclair. It will not end well. Oh yeah, what's this buff she has? 10% damage to the House of Spiders enemies. When staggered, immediately recover from stagger at the start of the next turn. Gain 1 attack power up. Okay. Whoops. We got like 3 Pinky members. It was exactly 4, but don't worry about it. Who's Pinky last, Kanto? It was Leihang, Kongcho, Zulu, and one other, but I don't think it was ever explicitly said who the 4th was. So I'm not gonna say it out loud. Ah, he launched a spider at me. What the hell? I didn't even check their resistances, by the way. Or how many of them there were. There are 10 of them. I've only killed 1 and it's turn 4. That's not a big deal, realistically. The little fella attack through. The ring supports Mpreg skeleton babies. Please never speak again. It mentioned before the stage that they were weak to slash. I know, but I meant checking their resistances, but it appears they are resistant to blunt, because of course they are. Alright, halfway done. Hold on. Slash damage. Perfection! There we go. Yeah, Qigong isn't a member of the Pinky. Dong. Oh, Dawn's at negative sanity? That's fine. Kaboom. It's like, once you get past the first couple of turns in any fight, you basically just snowball from there. Stop! Happy New Year, by the way. It's still New Year's Day for me. For the record. Anyways, this fight is over. Look, don't worry about if I have to change teams. I'll worry about that when I get to a point where I might have to. Above her text box at the end of Canto 8, she was labeled the Pinky. Oh, okay. My streamer on Fraud Watch? No, because it's a message from Bueno. That's why I read it.
내 놈들 덕분에
Wow.
내가 강해진 게 아니야.
He took the most damage and still dealt more damage than Heathcliff. I should probably just not use Heathcliff for these, if I'm being honest. Ooh, another one. Because here's the thing, if I want to change teams, then what I'm going to change to is Tremor. Yeah, I'll change to Tremor. The thing is, right, that I do also want to use the new IDs anyway. So, like, you know. It's just, this is the only other team I'd be willing to use right now. He betrayed you. The fault lies with him. No, it doesn't. We're gonna run a really funny variant of the Tremor team, chat. This is technically the wrong Hung Lu. But it doesn't really matter, so. It's fine. I have no problems getting level up tickets. I don't really care about that. Hey chat, did you know that if you block using Rhodia, then it activates her effects? Do I even want to bother leveling up the T-Corp IDs? I don't really use them, ever. Like... These are all grayed out because I haven't selected who's coming into the fight yet. I just want to make sure everyone's equipped properly, and it looks like they are. So.
명령하실 때까지
가시죠. 파투페 입회 의뢰 가시죠.
명령하실 때까지 명령하실 때까지 자리에서 대기하겠습니다. 소재가 명령하실 때까지 자리에서 대기하겠습니다. 지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이. 지휘를 받는 건
We're having fun with it today.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
I'm in my hag arc. What are you talking about? Oh, there he is. The Thumb Apprentice Lucio. Look how these guys aren't members of the House of Spiders, by the way. Oh, I gotta read what he does, don't I? Oh, he's level 65. Okay. In a clash against Ryoshu, lose clash power and convert attacks into unbreakables. Okay. Okay, so you don't want to clash with him repeatedly, is basically how it reads. Okay. Okay. He has a lot of effects, and I'm gonna be real, I ain't reading them. So, he's just gonna have to deal with that. Oh, these are clashable guards. You don't want to hit them when they're doing that. Alright. Okay, Ishmael. You're supposed to be a good ID. Come on. I didn't even know this would be a boss fight. We not read, we have fun. No, I read. thumb but no ammo. That's true. These are fast clashes, by the way. I know it's to make it look like he's strong, but man, are they fast. Oh, good job, Yusang. You did it. This team is gonna be really powerful, by the way. Just so everybody knows. This combination of sinners is actually insane. Ew. Why are you doing this to me? Heh. The cool thing is I can ignore that because I only have enough clashes to hit everything once. Oh, that's kind of spooky. Maybe you should do that. Just because it's my most likely clash win. I don't know why I didn't have Ryoshu clash with him, considering that's kind of the point of her existing. But it's fine. Third stage difficulty check with Mafia music? I don't know, this doesn't really seem that hard. It's a thumb guy. That does not mean he's difficult. Okay. See? Told you. Even Otis is doing fine, and she's usually a pushover. Oh, that's unfortunate. He's still Tremor and Burn, so he's fitting with the thumb stuff. In that regard. Okay, here we go. Why is that highlighted? For every attack skill of this unit that lost a clash this turn, final power -2 and attack weight -1. So I have to clash with this last. Out of his skills, anyway. It's unfortunate that Ryoshu can't clash with it, because she would be able to... Oh, no, wait. Is it unclashable? Or can she just not redirect it? Target fixed. Oh, it always targets herself. I see. Alright. There we go. Problem solved. Now I gotta deal with these two. Ishmael's still locked in on skill 1, which is kind of lame. But it's okay. I should have just used Capote, because I could have and it would have been safer. Burger with no bun? You can still eat burger with no bun. And that's why I was not worried about that clash. Because I knew it was using the alt skill 3, and that one is just crazy. So we're definitely getting an idea of this guy next week, huh? Most likely. This Gregor ID is so cracked. Easy. See, this is what a real thumb unit looks like, buddy. Lucio. 4th member of the Sinnoh Elite Four. Streamers still miss that part of the skill? I read! It's okay! Oh, that's funny, actually. Kick his ass. He's not that dangerous. He's at -30 SP. I don't even remember how many turns this fight gives you. Probably 10. You did amazing against this guy? I just literally... all I did was clash with each of his skills every turn. That's all I did. Anyways, goes on. Dead. He's probably still alive, by the way. I don't deal quite enough. Well, maybe with Gregor's additional skills. Oh, never mind. He just runs away.
뒷문이 있는 쪽을 저쪽에 빼앗겼어요. 이러면 포탈이 열려.
That's a Tremor team, I think? Yeah. It is. Took Envy Resonance level 55 to this fight, and it was painful. I was about to do that. But then I changed, because I realized having all of one physical damage type is probably not a good idea. Thing is, you're not supposed to. He gets a buff the more you clash with him. I know, I read what the buff is. I just didn't care.
상황은 똑같아. 저자를 처리하고 기사 양반을 데리고 본사로 가면 돼.
You gotta understand, right? The new IDs are too good. And also Ring Yi-sang. He's still here.
진짜 더 몰아붙지 않은데.
Despite Ryoshu's assurance, the sinners did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Sharon. We were about to win and then I got force cutscened. You can also just not clash. That's true. You could just kill him. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Ryoshu was the only one unfazed enough to raise her sword against the assailant in this cramped battlefield.
미련한 새끼. 팔을 더 직선으로 뻗으라고. 도대체 몇 번을 말해야 알아쳐먹지? 그거 맞았다고 엄살은. 일어나. 안 일어나? 뭘 잘했다고 누워서.
So this is a flashback now, right?
꼴불견같이 굴지 말고 다시 검 잡아. 똑바로 구워.
To blood feed team without priest just bleed stacked him to the nether? That sounds like a good strategy, yeah. Yo, Pertrabo, thank you for the 10 gifts. Dang. I appreciate it. You don't need to do that, for the record. But I do appreciate it. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. To you as well. I know I haven't streamed a lot recently. I was considering streaming Terraria for a little bit. But right now I'm going to be busy with Limbus stuff, so.
한 번만 더 엄살 부리면 그땐 머리카락을 다 뜯어버릴 거니까 똑바로 해.
너 이 검술에 대해 알고 있군.
그렇습니다. 팔레르모. 저 또한 그 검술을 배웠기에.
팔렌치나. 매번 술에 쩔어 있는 그놈에게 배웠나?
Valentina. This is the scene from the trailer? No, I think it's just part of the scene from the trailer.
그런 저속한 단어로 급물 욕보이지 마시게. 스승님께서 팔레르모를 전수해 주시며 당부하신 명령이 있습니다.
Ran a wonky burn team, and I think it had a good difficulty level. If you were doing burn tremor, that's probably strong enough, yeah.
당신의 검술과 한없이 닮아질 때까지 단련하라. 이제 제 팔레르모는 검의 집에 있던 과거의 당신과 비슷한 수준에 도달했습니다.
Everyone had a hostage situation that debuffed that lowered base power and damage, but that's not important enough for that kind of team. I didn't have any problems. I lost a clash the entire fight.
검술을 배워 이해하는 것도 아니고 그저 날 베껴내려 했다. 라. 그깟 흉내내기를 위해 시간을 할애하다니.
Mimicry!
우습지도 않아. 모방뿐이라면 검을 쥔 손목의 각도, 두 발의 간격, 검의 무게 중심. 그중 하나라도 어긋났을 때
왜 처맞을 걸 알면서도 자세가 자꾸 달라지니? 같지 않은 대가리 쓰지 말고 알려준 방법대로만 해. 외운 것만 빼먹지 말고 그냥 움직이라고. 하루라도 빨리 네가 모든 것을 베어내는 검으로 완성되어야 나도.
No, the thing is, Burn is in a really good spot, support-wise. There's only a couple of IDs that could use improvements. There's a lot of variability in the team. Like,
언제 무너질지 모르는 외줄타기 같은 검술.
just because it has a relatively low amount of IDs compared to other statuses does not mean it's a bad team. The team is great. You saw me running it in Railway 1 rerun. I got the minimum possible turns on one of the fights without even trying.
너도 저기 있는 인형과 다를 게 없군.
태엽 인형이어도 상관없습니다. 당신 또한 팔레르모를 제대로 기억도 구사도 하지 못하니 저는 제 필요성을 다시금 납득하고 있습니다. 같은 자세를 1000번, 안 되면 10,000번을 반복해서라도 당신이 배운 모든 자세를 완벽히 구현할 수 있어야만.
No, the only team that needs help right now is Charge, because it's not a team.
당신만을 위한 완벽한 교본이 될 수 있을 테니.
내 놈 같은 애새끼 학습지 교본은 필요 없다면?
거절은 의미가 없습니다. 제 교본으로서의 역할은 이미.
그렇다면 나만의 예술로 형체조차 남지 않게 갈라버려야겠군.
아씨, 눈이 다시 아작난 걸 보니까 여기 맞네. 우리 티켓 있는 곳.
There she is.
내가 말했잖니, 루치오. 너는 몇 년을 더 노력해도 우리 요시히데 따라잡으려면 한참 남았다고.
The man staggered a little, his head jerking to the side from the impact of the blow.
어때? 직접 보니까 느껴지지 않니?
It's me, it's me, it's me. It does look kind of like you, don't it?
지금 네 수준이 얼마나 형편없는지. 이래서 전쟁도 못 겪어본 것들은 한눈만 팔아도 모가지가 터져버리는 곳에서 진창 굴러봐야. 강자를 상대할 때는 힘으로 맞서지 말고 칼끝을 걸어 공격을 흘려보내라고 내가 몇 번이나 강조했잖아. 다수를 상대할 때는 자세를 낮추고 궤적을 가로로 크게 휘두르라고도 내가 목이 쉬도록 말해줬는데 그걸 까먹어? 구석에서 한 놈씩 불러들이게 위치 선정을 하라고도 했는데. 우리 요시히데가 하나라도 더 내가 가르친 걸 떠올리려면 교본에 하자는 없어야지.
죄송합니다, 스승님.
그래도 이거 챙기라는 명령은 잘 들었네. 아주 쓸모가 없진 않아.
Hatred thick in her voice, Ryoshu hissed the thumb nurse father under her breath as she shifted into a blade drawing stance against the second assailant.
야, 잘 지냈어, 티켓? 역시 못 보던 사이에 자세가 개판이 됐던데. 검을 그딴 식으로 쥐는 걸 보니 한숨도 안 나오네. 그 버릇 바꾸려고 나한테 그렇게 쳐맞았었는데 기억은 나니? 그래도 간만에 제외니까 기본 예의 정도는 차려줄게. 옛날처럼 뺨따기를 쳐맞아야 정신 차릴 나이는 지났잖아.
티켓, 날 아직도 그렇게 부르는 걸 보아하니 내 놈도 여전히 그 구렁텅이에서 벗어나지 못했나 보군.
Oof.
네 놈? 지금 나한테 말한 거지?
Y'all are a little too excited to see this character.
이 개새끼가 이제는 위아래도 모르고 기어오르네.
Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called thumb nurse father snatched Karan into her arms and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Yeah. I don't know what you expected. Sure. Girls, very pretty. You know what? Fair enough.
이번 일에 대해서는 미안하다는 말을 전해야겠군요. 관리자한테.
Virgilius?
저의 개인적인 일과 과거에 다 풀어내지 못했던 것이 남아 있었던지라 생각보다 돌아오는 것이 늦었습니다.
Is she on par with Lei Hang? I actually didn't check.
베르, 상처가...
저들에게 입은 상처는 아니니 쓸데없는 걱정은 하지 말도록. 공교롭게도 저들과 대치하기 전에 골치 아픈 일에 휘말렸을 뿐이다.
죄송합니다, 붉은 시선님. 제가 끝까지 지켰어요.
Saud's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Virgilius.
아니, 내가 저놈을 제대로 붙잡아두지 못했기 때문에 벌어진 일이다. 하필 팔이 잘렸나. 상처가 점점 벌어지고 있군. 상황이 종료되면 곧장
Go get it treated. Yeah, maybe. You should see a doctor about this. Virgilius met the thumb nurse father's gaze head-on.
엄지, 겉으로는 명예를 앞세워도 비겁한 수단 없이는 제대로 된 임무를 수행하지 못하는 손가락. 본사연구소가 습격당했다는 연락을 받은 동시에 당신들이 나타났다는 건.
Yeah, I would expect all of the guys we saw in the trailer to be really tough.
인질이라는 고전적인 방법을 써서라도 나를
Go and get it treated. Where? Yeah.
그 반응 역시 내가 제대로 찾았네. 이게 당신의 케이크였어. 티켓 기억나니? 네가 교양 없이 입가에 크림을 덕지덕지 묻히면서 처먹었던 그날. 그 더러운 꼬라지로 내 앞에서 웃고 있으면 케이크를 바닥에 쳐박고 싶어지니까. 케이크가 아무리 달콤하고 맛있어도 내 앞에서 안달난 티 내지 말라고.
You're not allowed to have treats.
내가 말했잖아, 티켓.
자꾸 질 거면 내가 눈치 못 채게. 표정 관리부터 완벽하게 하라고. 지랄하지 말고 똑바로 말해. 한 이유가 뭐야? 아니. 그냥 말하지 마. 계속 그렇게 입 다물고 있어봐. 한번. 직접 그.
Okay.
버릴 테니까.
Is this a reference to Kanto too? Maybe.
내가 이 눈으로 너 하나 못 막을 것 같아?
글쎄, 발렌치나, 네가 그 눈을 얼마나 신뢰하고 있는지는 모르겠다만 반쪽짜리가 된 그 유물로는 내 시간이 그리 오래 허비되지 않을 것 같군.
A trickle of blood had begun dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye. It might literally be you, Angela. Alright, see you later, honeydew. Have a good day.
아, 이거?
But she grinned without a care.
그래. 티켓이랑 가까워지니까 욱신거리기 시작했지. 하지만 곧 괜찮아질 거야. 티켓은 이제 여길 떠날 거거든.
내놈, 날 죽이는 게 목적이 아니군.
근데 이 새끼 아까부터 자꾸 건방지게 꼬박꼬박 반말을.
The woman seemed to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on.
그걸 알면 뒷문이 열리는 대로 여기서 꺼져. 다른 아비들이 기다리고 있으니까 거기 가선 예의 있게 굴고. 아, 머릿속이 뒤죽박죽이라 바로바로 떠올리기 힘들 텐데 기다리면서 다른 아비들에게 할 말이라도 준비하지 그러니?
잠깐만요. 그냥 보내줄 생각이라면 당장 카론 씨부터.
아가리.
The thumb nurse father muttered viciously.
나는 버릇없이 주제도 모르는 게 끼어드는 걸 제일 싫어해. 티켓, 네 친구들이니?
그렇다만.
그래? 뭐 그럼 다 보내도 괜찮겠네. 먹잇감들이 알아서 날아오겠다는데 굳이 막을 이유는 없으니까.
Her eye fixed intently on Virgilius, the thumb nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened the way for us. The back door to the HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rescue Charon first, then...
망설이지 마십시오, 단테. 당신이 수감자들을 데리고 가야 할 길은 그쪽이 맞습니다.
Virgilius continued coldly as though he was reading my mind.
오히려 당신이 저자의 뜻대로 뒷문을 통해 가는 게 카론을 위한 일일 것입니다. 이건 저만을 묶기 위한 상황이고 저건 당신과 4번 수감자를 부르기 위한 상황이니 말이죠.
그 말대로야. 차놓은 거미줄에 붉은색이 걸렸다가 기껏 엮어둔 그물이 다 끊어지면 곤란하지.
본사까지의 포탈 전개 거의 끝났어요. 그런데 이건 도대체 본사로 연결하는 보안망이 전부 뚫려 있는데.
보안이 무너진 뒷문을 통해 침입한 것인가?
본사 연구소와 연결됐어요.
Well?
따라올 텐가?
파우스트가 가면 이 뒷문 조정기의 사용법을 숙지한 사람이 저밖에 남지 않아요. 저는 베르길리우스님이 카론을 구출할 때까지 남겠습니다.
그럼 먼저 가지.
As always, Ryoshu did not prolong the conversation. How was the fight against the thumb? It was fine. It went fine. I didn't have any problems at all. She did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye, as she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor. I gave Saud a nod in her stead.
단테, 4번 수감자의 실은 팽팽하게 당겨져 있습니다. 언제 끊어져도 이상하지 않으면서 동시에 어떤 날붙이보다도 예리해 닿는 것을 끊어버릴 수 있다는 점을 명심하시길.
It bugged out again because I can't see my chat messages again through my other account. Really? I don't know why this keeps happening, do you? What kind of thread is Virgilius talking about? Snapping, severing. I wasn't yet sure what exactly he was referring to, but it won't be severed, not when the chains bind us together. I replied, absent-mindedly rubbing the area where the chains that connected me to the sinners had burst out of.
가시죠, 단테.
With Virgilius's hordes hanging heavily over us, thank you, we made our way into the back door connected to the HQ research facility. We have so much thread after the season rotation, we're fine. True. Yeah, this is how it went. Perhaps a little predictably. Mutilated memory. Okay.
LC 부서입니다.
Okay.
야, 이건...
I mean, what'd you expect, man? The sight that greeted us was nothing like what we remembered from our last visit for the regular checkup.
이미 상황이 끝났군.
권사 쪽에서 제압하는 중이거나 적어도 교전이 진행 중일 거라 예상했는데.
Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slumped along the floor, filling the corridor with motionless silence.
이렇게까지 처참하게 당했을 줄은 예상 못했는데. 파우스트 씨, LCE의 전투 가능한 인원의 비율이 어떻게 되는지 아시나요?
Probably very few.
직원들이 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에 활용할 수 있는 수준으로 연구와 추출이 진행되었죠. LCE는 다른 연구 부서에 비해 전투 테스트 및 실험 빈도가 작습니다. 그렇기에 직원 대다수가 기본적인 전투 훈련을 이수한 뒤 입사했습니다. 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에서 충분한 성과를 거둘 수 있는 수준으로 연구와 추출이 진행되었지만
I'm gonna spoil basketball games? Okay. That's fine, I guess.
계획적인 급습을 원활히 대비할 수는 없었던 것으로 보이는군요.
실험실 속 샘님들이 거미들이 뛰어다니는 실전을 막아낼 수 있을 리가.
I mean, we don't really have that many connections with these three, to be honest. Merceau, if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know as soon as possible.
신원을 파악할 수 없는 시체를 세고 확인했으나 신장이나 복장 등을 고려하였을 때 호헨하임일 가능성은 확률적으로 매우 낮습니다.
시신의 상태를 보니까 대부분 제대로 정해보지도 못하고 당했구나.
The glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies strewn across the floor.
32구의 시체 중 26구의 시체가 동일한 외상을 보유하고 있습니다.
Identical?
공통적으로 흉부 중앙, 심장이 있는 위치에 나선형의 관통상이 있으며 흉기는 시체들의 손에 쥐어진 나선과 유사한 물체로 추정됩니다. 관리자님.
이 나선, 이분들이 스스로 뽑아낸 것 같아요. 왜 이런...
부드럽.
Ryoshu cast her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and the contemplative look on her face, I could easily guess that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past. Touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture in search of something that should have been there in her hands. And I've been through enough to know that we would be revisiting her past together. However... Huh? What I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I'd seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented, as if a blade had cut up her memories into pieces. Within Ryoshu's memories, something did indeed rest in her palm, however, I couldn't even make out whether its hue was closer to black or white. Was it some kind of food? A weapon, or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it, and the words that slipped from her lips in that moment, escaped me. One thing I saw for sure, though, was the person who in all likelihood had given it to her was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling in the air, watching Ryoshu's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic scenes of Ryoshu's memory that flashed before my eyes. Ryoshu, is there anything you remember?
사루. 기억나는 건 이름뿐이군.
You mean...
시계. 너도 들여다봤듯이 내 머리 안은 난도질탕에 있다. 순서도 모습도 제각각 엉켜있지. 그러니 나는 기억에 대해 설명할 수 있는 것이 없다.
Why is Yoshi politified? Don't say it like that.
상황 파악은 어느 정도 된 것 같군. 이곳에서 일어날 수 있는 최악의 사태는 외부의 침입과 함께 환상체나 뒤틀린 최종들이 동시다발적으로 탈출하는 상황이다.
와, 그건 진짜 상상도 하기 싫은데. 침입자들을 상대하면서 탈출한 괴물들까지 같이 제압해야 하는 거잖아.
그래. 그리고 우리는 지금 그 최악의 사태에 휘말렸지.
Monkey is Daru the monkey? I've never read Hellscreen. I know there's a monkey.
그렇구나.
Oh, it's Japanese for monkey. Oh, okay. Otis wasted no time to deliver the conclusion that'd kill everyone's morale.
순서대로 나열하자면 1차적으로 이곳 LC 부사가 정체불명의 세력의 기습을 받았다. 시각은 지금으로부터 약 2시간 전. 연구원들을 살해한 무기는 일정하지 않고 다양한 무기를 사용한 것으로 보인다.
Hey, Barzan. The monkey is also named Yoshihide. Okay, well.
가장 긴 궤적을 그리는 직선의 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지. 나를 부려. 작은 틈새로 목숨을 앗아가는 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지. 나를 부려. 다한 것을 으깨버리는 유연한 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지.
그놈답게 엉켜있군.
어떤 무기들이 쓰였는지 파악하기도 쉽지 않은 거군, 이거.
You're being just a monkey. Ryoshu whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance.
최소 3개 이상의 무기를 능숙하게 사용하는 자라고 봐야 되겠군. 다시 이어서 말하자면 침입자들의 기습은 예측할 새도 없이 순식간에 수행되었고 LC에서는 제대로 된 반격조차 이뤄지지 못했다.
It's most likely more than one guy.
주목해야 하는 사실은 여기에 있다. 이들이 환상체의 격리실 문을 개방한 것은 습격이 성공적으로 종료된 이후로 보인다.
이상하긴 하네요.
Is everything you say a reference to fish?
보통은 그 반대로 하려고 하겠죠. 먼저 격리실 문을 개방시켜서 상황을 혼잡스럽게 만들고 나면 그 혼란...
그래. 일반적으로 할 법한 전략은 아니지. 이런 변칙적인 수를 둔 이유는
They probably didn't want to fight the abnormalities. I mean, that seems like the most logical explanation for me. Monkey Heisho Ryoshu. Can we stop getting Heishos?
첫 번째로는 이들은 양동작전 따위가 필요 없을 정도의 실력자라는 것.
트럭에서 카론 씨를 붙잡은 그자 정도의 실력을 갖춘 이들이 여럿일 수도 있다는 것이겠네요.
두 번째는 일종의 후속 대처를 위해 일부러 환상체를 탈출시켰을 가능성이다.
She said it, guys. She said fish. That's so true.
후속 대처? 혹 그들이 습격했다는 사실을 숨기기 위해서라는 말인 겐가?
They could just let the Abnos stay inside the cells then. But if you're like doing this intentionally to actually like kill the people in it, then what you do is you go through the facility as they did. Then afterwards, you open up the things to make sure nobody could have survived, I suppose.
아니, 위정책은 가능성이 낮다. 시체를 집어먹는 환상체가 있었다면 모를까. 이렇게 특징적인 상흔을 남겨놓고서 할 만한 기만 작전은 아니겠지. 좀 더 타당한 건 우리와 같이 후속으로 진입할 본사의 지원군을 지연시키려는 목적이 있을 거다.
시간을 끈다는 건 그렇군요. 뭘 찾고 있나 보죠?
그래. 분명한 표적을 갖고
Ishmael, when she notices she can reference the ocean.
저들이 찾는 것이 이곳 어딘가에 있다는 거겠군요.
I think that's probably true, Honglu. I think that what they're looking for here is Ryoshu.
찾는데 오랜 시간이 소요되는 것이어서 저희의 발을 묶어 놓아야 하는 걸 테고요.
서둘러야겠어.
You know, what they said they were looking for? I mean, like, come on. Abby Kyokan. Oh. Oh. That's, it's a lot of Pecatillum. Okay. Sure. This is like, effective affinities. There are too many that you would have to list.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
So, you know. Alright, and then there's just this guy in the back. This guy in the back is the one I'm most afraid of. Those guys tend to be very strong. Fight my pick into them. Okay. Thank you, Coffee, for the 2. Appreciated. Trailer battle music, by the way. To be fair, the trailer battle music for this Kanto is insanely good. So I'm not surprised they used it immediately. How's Otis doing? She's doing fine. I don't know why she wouldn't be. The ID is good. See? I am at the level cap, to be fair, but, like, the ID is good. And that's why I attacked it more than once. Because I know I can get unlucky. This one probably survived, if I'm being honest. Oh no, I got it. That's a little overkill, but it's okay.
빠르게 처리하지.
I always forget Thumbclair just explodes people. Yeah, the ID is cracked. How does Index Faust play like? Did you test her already? Index Faust playstyle is you use the highlighted skill, and then her mechanic is fulfilled. Unless you lose a clash, then it's not. Like, she's really easy to use, and very boring. Like, I already play tested both of them, and Otis is way more interesting to use, in my opinion. Even though it is just, like, a good ID. There's the big guys. I'm only afraid of Luxurier class 2 because we've only fought them once, so I don't even know what they do. I know that skill roll's insanely high. Okay. That's acceptable, I guess. Oh, that was supposed to clash. Whoops. That's okay. We'll be fine. At least she has cool ID art. No, the ID is good. Like, Faust's ID is really good. It's just that she's not interesting to me. That's all. If you ask an unbiased person like me, you would see how fun Faust is. Yeah, okay, Farzi. I'm not biased against Faust. I'm biased against both Faust and Otis. But the ID of Otis is cool. Okay, is that really necessary? You are not that consistent, Pekatolam. Go away. I mean, this should be more than enough, so... I don't think we're gonna have any trouble killing these guys. I don't know, Pekatolam don't really seem like the most dangerous enemies we could be fighting. Their animations are lame? That I agree with. Oh, look at that. Who would have guessed? Me. This ID is crazy. Abikyokan. This is more Pekatolam. Bruh. Boring. Flashbang. Can I just... Probably. Red again. You really like the red skills, Ishmael. It's interesting is all. I know it's random, but man. All I'm annoyed with is that the longest segment of the ID review, that's going to be Friday, by the way, is going to be talking about the prescripts. Despite the fact that it's as simple as, use the blue one. It's just that they have a complicated baseline, not a complicated mechanism. How's it going, Rooster Bucket? It's going good, currently. We have not struggled yet, so... It's only like stage 6, but still. What are you targeting? Oh. Makes sense, actually. Thank you, Coffee, for the $2. Index Faust being boring is kind of on brand for the no-nonsense fixer, and she's grunt anyways. Hope proxies will be more interesting. True. Why didn't cast Fall up for any of my rage baiting? I mean, because I don't care how good the IDs are. I don't think anybody said she should have been a double odd Tarzan. Everything else is true, though. Everything else is something that somebody has said. Yeah, okay. Still red. So we got in Lehang. I wonder if we'll get powerful peeps like the Nurse Fathers as well. Most likely. I mean, we've only seen one of them so far. So keep it on the DL a bit. But God, Night Owl's Gregor is way too strong. People really do be sleeping on that ID. Is it true that Otis can reload 5 times? Yes. It's not reload 5 bullets, it's reload 5 times per encounter. So she effectively has infinite ammo, since it's also the only skill she has that consumes ammo. What do you mean blue? Oh, actually, that's fine. He's like, what do you mean blue? I didn't even have blue. Ammo mechanic Otis. Yeah. Alan Gregor is my goat and my husband. Okay. Well, he is the goat. Let's be real. I think I underrated him when I was going over all the IDs again. Why are you blue? Yeah. I mean, why is she blue? Like, it doesn't make any sense. She doesn't even have a blue skill. Didn't know people sleep on Night Owl's Greg? When that Volpurgis Nut came out a couple months ago, people were saying that Night Owl's Greg was not worth getting. He's arguably the better of the two, by the way. I think that Ishmael is probably the better of the two just because her mechanics are crazy. But, like, Greg holds up to her really well, is all I'm saying. This is the best animation because it lets me turn Ishmael into a centipede. Months? Yeah, the Volpurgis Nacht was a couple months ago. It was in October. She's still blue? No, she's red now. You don't have it. You're pissing me off. Ishmael bringing along the clappers. I got only Greg, and I'm glad I did. He's so cool. Ishmael's cool too. I'm not trying to make this like, oh, I hate everybody. I hate Ishmael. No, I actually like the Ishmael ID a lot. It's one of the most gameplay intensive IDs we have, which is a good thing. It's just that I didn't. I think people sleep on Gregor. Is all. He's so good. He just kills things. It's like his mechanics. Oh, you didn't kill that guy? Now you did. That's his entire gimmick. The big downside to this team, though, is that I can't... What in the world? That sprite layering is not correct. The big downside is not being able to activate Otis's passive to have her mechanics be active all the time. People really like assuming you hate things. No, people like People like disliking me because I like things that aren't meta. Paradox of the Spiral? True. Malphas is gameplay intensive too? You have to press counter every turn. Sure. As we were battling our way through the escaped Pekatola, Gregor came to a sudden stop.
잠깐. 어디서 숨소리 같은 거 안 되냐? 좀 희미하긴 한데.
How can you hear that, bro?
들린다. 이쪽 부근이군.
Merceau stared at the giant containment chamber door where it lay on the ground, smashed in and knocked loose.
최종이나 다른 적 해체일 가능성은?
낮은 편이다. 소리의 호흡이 불안정하고 작으니 부상.
Aura's better than meta? He doesn't even have that much aura. He's just cool.
오티스 씨. 생존자의 가능성이 조금이라도 있다면 구하는 게 맞지 않겠어?
본사에 나쁜 인상으로 작용하진 않겠군.
We knelt around the fallen door, slipped our fingers under the debris, and lifted. The door rose with a loud metallic creak. I read this sentence wrong. But underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow. She was one of Hohenheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup.
알리사예요. 이름까지는 기억 못하실 것 같아서.
Alyssa slowly shared her name, her voice strained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands, overcome with pain.
알리사 씨, 상태는?
People hate Kaskozhuk because he actually uses Lantern Yisang instead of putting him on the field to die 2 turns later. Well, I actually don't use him. But that's a story for another day. I just thought the idea was pretty cool. I think Lantern Yisang is a well-designed ID.
숨을 크게 쉴 때마다 통증이 심해서 살려달라고 소리를 지를 수가 없었어요. 팀장님이 말씀하시던 게 생각나네요. 우리는 주인공이 아니기에 동전이 던져진다면 앞이 나올지 뒤가 나올지 그저 기다릴 뿐이라고.
Alyssa let out a brief, dejected chuckle before wincing with pain.
아니, 아프다는 양반이 무슨 농담 따먹기야. 잠깐. 이 말뚝은...
Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the buddies in the hallway were holding.
무슨 일이 일어났던 거지?
경고음이 울리지 않았어요. 저희 부서는 조금이라도 뭔가 잘못되면 곧바로 경보가 발동되도록 설계되어 있었어요. 호헨하임 씨가 로보토미 코퍼레이션의 최후를 답습하게 되고 싶진 않으시다고 강력하게 주장하신 덕택이었죠.
A pained grimace crept into Ellis's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just from what was staked through her chest.
당신들이 습격을 알아차리기 직전까지도 아무런 경고음도 발동되지 않았군요.
네, 그래서는 안 되는 거였는데
Oh, because the app knows would have set off the alarm. Okay, fair enough. I guess that's fair. We waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down.
갑자기 불이 꺼졌어요. 이번에 진행하고 있는 실험 때문일 거라고 생각했어요. 전력을 많이 잡아먹는 실험이라고 팀장님이 종종 투덜거리시곤 했거든요. 그때부터 이상하다고 생각했어야 하는 건데.
Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint.
그래서 시간이 지나면 자연스럽게 복구가 될 거라고 생각했어요. 다른 직원들도 마찬가지였죠. 대수롭게 여기지 않았어요. 왜냐면
경고음이 울리지 않았으니까요. 네, 이해해요.
I mean, if the power goes out, what's powering the alarm, right?
저는 실험실에 가지고 와야 하는 자료가 있어서 그곳으로 향하고 있었는데 그러다가 들렸어요. 어둠 속에서 또렷하게 누군가의 구두 소리가 들렸어요. 느리지도 빠르지도 않은 여유 있으면서도 절도 있는 걸음걸이였죠. 그렇게 걷는 사람은 저희 부서엔 없어요.
Emergency power source? Yep, but like,
종종 걸음으로
it usually
빨리
takes a
걸어다니거든요.
moment for those to kick in.
그 직후에는 누군가가 단말마 같은 비명을 지르는 것을 시작으로 끝없는 아비 교환이 이어졌어요. 무슨 일이 일어나는 건지 아무도 몰랐어요.
살려줘. 누구야?
앞을 향해서 달리는 것밖에는 도리가 없었어요. 그러다가 가볍게 스쳐가는 바람 소리가 느껴져. 곧 가슴이 뜨거워졌어요. 고개를
Hellish, you say? Okay.
이미 여기가 꿰뚫려져 있었고 잠시 정신을 잃었다가 깨어보니 이미 격리실에 누군가에 의해 강제 개방되어 있었어요.
Isn't Uzumaki supposed to depict hell? No, that's not how that works. Uzumaki just means spiral. Chat. I'm talking about the book.
온갖 환상체와 죄종에 이어 뒤틀림까지 탈출하고 격리실 문이 튕겨 나가지는 바람에 옴짝달싹도 못하게 되었고요.
호엔하임 씨나 다른 분들과는 같이 있지 않았던 것이군요.
팀장님, 팀장님은 발표실 근처에 계셨을 거예요. 혹시 제 주머니에 있는 종이와 펜을 좀 꺼내주실래요?
Alyssa drew a simple map on a piece of torn paper.
다른 분들이 무사할지는 모르겠어요. 하지만 이 방향대로 가면 아마 행방의 단서라도 찾을 수 있을 거예요.
그래, 그래. 대강 알겠으니까 이제 상처 좀 살펴보자고.
Gregor replied calmly.
진짜 피가 안 멈추잖아. 이거 평범한 무기가 아닌 것 같은데. 넌 뭐 좀 보이냐?
Heathcliff asked Otis with palpable concern.
움직임이 클수록 제대로 파고드는 구조로 보인다. 살상보다는 제압에 특화된 공방 제품 중 하나인 것 같군.
이 정도 물건을 쑤셔 넣었다는 건 죽이고 싶었다면 충분히 죽일 수 있었던 거겠지. 팔을 묶어두고 싶었던 건지 아니면 악취미일 뿐인 건지.
가만히 있었기에 오히려 무사했나.
Can't you
현명한
just
판단을
pull?
내려.
I mean, pulling out. If you get stabbed, the last thing you want to do is pull out the thing that stabbed you, right? But in this universe, that doesn't seem to be a thing that people are concerned with, so you can probably just pull it out. Or maybe you need to get somebody else to pull it out, but like...
현명했기보다는 너무 아파서 움직일 생각도 안 들던데.
You know?
상처를 봉합하거나 치료할 수 있는 걸 찾아온다면 무게를 뽑을 수 있지 않겠는가? 그래, 영영 저런 걸 달고 있을 순 없잖아. 빨리 뽑고 상처를 치료해서.
소용없다.
Ryoshi spat out a reply.
소용없다니요? 혹시 뽑히지 않는 장치인가요?
아니, 뽑아내는 것은 어렵지 않아. 그러지 않는 편이 나을 뿐.
억지로 뽑으면 복도에 있던 그 시체들처럼 되는 거냐?
그래, 저 나선은 반대편에 도달하기 위해 끝없이 파고들지만 역설적이게도 그 자체만으로는 관통하지 못한다.
딸, 이건 나선이야.
I mean, yeah, naive thinking it'd be that easy, but like, it's easy to get caught up in the excitement of it. So it's like, what if the solution really is that simple? But nobody would think of it in the moment because they're panicking, right? Weird to see a character bleed in pain like that. Usually people in the city casually tank dismemberments and then proceed to the nearest sandwich shop. That's true.
한 번 박히고 나면 조금만 움직여도 계속 파고들기 때문에 제자리에 가만히 있을 수밖에 없단다. 처음에는 따끔한 가시처럼 느껴질 뿐이지만 빼내려할수록 파고드는 무기지. 하지만 계속 파고들긴 해도 정작 꿰뚫고 나오진 못해. 끝에 도달하려 할수록 나선은 점점 느려져서 결국엔 끝에 닿을 수 없거든.
You seen people who died pulling it out when you got here? I guess.
대체하는 방법은 알지? 네가 일을 끝내고 오면 알려줄 거란다. 만약 도 없이 오부려 했다간
파고들며 엉켜든 모든 것이 뽑혀 나올 거다. 그러니 살고 싶다면 지금처럼 가만히 있도록.
All I could see were those fragments of her memories, its remnants.
도 없이 오부려 했다간
This isn't the thumb, this is somebody else.
작은 숫자도 없이 오부려 했다간
Once again, I recalled Ryoshu's shattered memories with a distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface. The scenes from her mutilated memories. As it was generally the case, I didn't know how exactly I did it. It just came naturally to me the moment I wished for it to happen.
뭐가 좀 보였나 시계?
Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers, like a password?
그 나선에 엮인 역사를 풀이하려면 그에 맞는 짝이 필요하단다. 짝이 맞는 숫자도 없이 오부려 했다가는 검과 검집, 음과 양, 과거와 미래, 나와 너. 모든 건 지독하고 지긋지긋하게 짝지어져 있는 것도 성이니 죽는다는 게 뭔지 아니? 뭔가를 벤다는 건.
For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face.
흰머리.
말씀하시죠.
나선은 해제할 수 있다. 시계의 말대로 그 해제는 숫자와 연관이 있을 테지. 하지만 정확히 무엇이 필요한지가 기억나지 않는군. 거북나선이라는 이름을 가진 나선 무기에 대해서 아는 게 있나?
파우스트를 사용하는 방법을 조금이나마 깨우치셨군요.
What?
제가 해당 장치를 시각적으로 확인하였고 류슈 씨가 범위를 좁힐 수 있는 단어들을 제공했으니.
사용하는 방법이요?
Oh, is that why Index Faust exists? Literally to provide the solution to this puzzle in story? Ignoring the curious looks from the sinners, Faust carefully walks up to a body and unclasps the spiral from their hands.
제논의 거북나선. 파우스트에 의하면 해당 장치는 그렇게 불립니다.
After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch.
자물쇠입니다. 대응되는 숫자는 7자리군요.
It's not necessarily that she was forced to do something with one of those in there. They were just explaining how it works to her, probably with it embedded in another person.
또한 알리사 씨의 피가 멎지 않는 이유는 나선이 심장을 관통하지 못할 뿐 파고드는 성질 자체는 영원하기 때문일 겁니다.
잠겨 있다면 요정으로 열 수 있지 않나?
Fairy?
F사의 특이점을 말하는 것이요. 잠겨 있는 것이라면 그 무엇이라도 열어주는 기술. 좋은 방안 아닌가?
요정으로 여는 것은 가능할 테지만 해당 나선 무기에 적용된 기술이 어느 정도의 가치를 지닌 장치일지가 중요하겠죠.
I mean...
확실하게 하려면 고가의 요정이 필요하겠군. 그런 물품을 당장 근처에서 구할 수도 없는 노릇이고.
Ryoshu and the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force a 7-digit lock.
안 될 거라고 생각하긴 하는데 0부터 계속 맞춰볼 순 없는 거냐?
Alright, Heathcliff is not on the same page.
보편적인 잠금 장치와 동일하게 일정 횟수 이상 틀린 번호로 입력할 경우
됐어. 그냥 개죽음 당한다는 거잖아.
마음 같아서는 솔직히 무서우니까 두고 가지
Because we're in
말아달라고 하고
Runa?
싶거든요.
Yeah, Vina uses fairies to fight. And they also... We know how they work from lore in the other two games.
하지만 실험실 가처의 팀장님 아시잖아요. 쉽게 당하실 분 아니에요.
Alright, one of the most annoying things I'll ever experience is when you're literally about to sneeze and it just doesn't come out. Which is what just happened. I think it's the most annoying sensation a human body can feel. And I've experienced some annoying sensations.
차라리 그 사람들을 도와주세요.
하지만 이대로면
Also, is that the reason why Ryoshu got 2 things relating to Spiral of Contempt? Because of these spirals? We're just gonna be drawing connections constantly. It's like...
연구원이 멍청하게 죽는 100가지 방법에 나오는
100 dumbest researcher deaths.
놀림받는
What the...
상황보다는
They really published that.
나은 것 같네요.
Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness even in situations like these, but it was clearly taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced the painful silence. She couldn't hear you anyway, buddy.
알리사군, 다시 돌아오겠네.
네?
반드시 다시 돌아오겠네. 그러니까 적들이 다가오는 것 같으면 최대한 몸을 피해있게. 부탁이니 포기하지 마세나.
Next collab with Junji Ito? That would certainly be a reference to add to this game, yeah.
참고로 얘는 한다면 하는 놈이니까 흘려듣지 마라.
네, 그럴게요. 감사해요.
Why not make an employee hazard bulletin into entertainment? No, I know it's a reference to dumb ways to die. It's also a reference to the Darwin Awards. But like...
시사파
Ryoshu quietly muttered to herself.
시계. 방탈출 해봤나?
What?
이건 일종의 방탈출 게임 같은 거다. 불의를 위해서는 단서를 모아야 하지.
A game, huh?
저 연구원 놈 살리고 싶은 것 아닌가? 그렇다면 저 나선에 쓰인 고유 번호가 필요할 테니 봐둔.
Every step we took away from Alyssa as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure if we could save her life. Shadows beset the path ahead. Okay. 1,000 Ways to Die show on Spike? I have never heard anybody willfully bring up Spike TV in conversation. Charm? Oh, we lowering at the attack stat by 2 stages, huh? Clear within 15... Oh, this is a boss fight. I see. It only ever gives you 15 turns during a boss fight. So, this ought to be interesting. Ishmael, who had been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stopped in her tracks. Oh, what am I talking about? This is Fay Lantern. I'm not an idiot.
이스마일 씨, 왜 그러세요?
It's just Fay Lantern.
뭔가 의아해서요. 이스가 지도를 보고 있는데 길을 잃을 리는 없고. 뭔데?
길은 잘 찾아가고 있는 중이에요. 다만 너무 수월해서 문제죠.
What's wrong with that?
우리가 지나온 길을 떠올려 보세요. 다른 길들은 별의별 상태로 전부 막혀 있었어요.
What else is Charm gonna mean? Fay Lantern literally has an effect called Charmed. I think it's Fay Lantern.
좌측의 복지부서로 이어지는 통로는 폐쇄된 상태였고 우측의 통제실에 있는 방향은 잔해로 막혀 있었다.
For the record, that's not a spoiler because it was in the trailer.
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가도록.
네, 마치 그쪽에서 풀어둔
Just can't shake this feeling.
미끼를 따라가고 있는 것 같아요.
뭐 그렇다고 해서 이곳으로 가는 거 이외의 방법은 없잖아. 찝찝하지만 어쩌겠냐.
각오는 해두어야겠구려.
잠깐, 파오. 이것 좀 봐봐.
Also, yeah, you can literally see it in the background. So.
환상체가 탈출한 흔적이 보이는군요. 개체
Yep, there you go.
요정 초롱입니다. 거울 던전에서 몇 차례 조우해본 환상체죠.
아, 그 나무 원본이 이거야?
I don't think Fay Lantern's the only abnormality that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. If they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, that'll be real trouble. Alright, let's see how similar it is to the original Fay Lantern fight. Prioritize sinners with Charmed if the skill's attack weight equals the number of sinners with Charmed. On hit, core body heals 15 HP. That's not a lot of HP. Yeah. Okay, so it gains HP instead of losing it. Alright. Is Ishmael charmed? Of course she is. That's unfortunate. I think just to be safe, I'll use Sinclair's skill tree. It sucks to waste it, but it is a boss, so I don't want to... Okay, this is not dealing a lot of damage. I forgot this guy is, like, immune to pierce damage. Pretty much. There. I won. It has a new observation log. I don't usually read those, so... Okay. We're just clashing, huh? Ishmael. Yellow. You don't even have yellow. What the heck? Alright, who the heck is gonna win against, these? I guess is the question. That is probably a good candidate. Sure. I kind of just have to get lucky because this is one of those fights with a lot of single coin skills, so... And there's the AoE, which we are fine. I actually might just stagger this turn, now that I look at it. I didn't realize how much damage we were actually dealing. Yeah, we're fine. They really be giving us 15 turns for this guy. Oh, now she's on blue because I used blue. Awesome.
빠르게 처리하지. 자세가 모르겠네.
Sinclair hit him so hard it stuttered my video? That's awesome. Ishmael's trolling? Yeah. She does that. I'm still gonna need 2 phases to kill it, though. Oh my goodness. That's not a lot of actions. Do I even have... I guess I could use this. And that's more damage. Ish. Otis. Come on. Well, now I'm not gonna break it. Envy was as for this fight, 25 turn loss. Sounds like a skill issue to me. But yeah. This is gonna hurt. Oh well. Yeah, that kinda stunk. Hang on, let's do it. What's going on with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity we ran into in the mirror dungeon. If we were to delve deeper, it appears to mirror the one we encountered in the Refraction Railway. While Hohenheim does harbor some interest in this subject, he is not great enough a genius to turn that curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibly be happening? Hold on, someone left this here. It seems to be a torn page of a note. It's covered in fluorescent paint, so it would be easier to spot. Whoever left it couldn't have known we were coming. It's probably a note meant for possible survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation regard irregularities. Written by Moses, LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader. This entity abruptly escaped its containment unit during the assault. Readers of this note should be warned that this entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. Okay. When a high number of employees within the research facility were killed, the Fay Lantern breached containment. Under the LC's abnormality control protocol, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits an attunement level exceeding 75% with LCE Ego Fay Lantern, or when the outcome of the managerial work is determined to be above very good. The Fay Lantern, whose escape is triggered by deaths around it, was deviated from its expected behavior pattern of preying on charmed victims one by one, and instead has begun consuming multiple targets all at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. After Ezra destroyed the luring unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy, in the LCB observation log, the Fay Lantern's aggressiveness significantly increased. At that point, Ezra was no longer affected by its charm. Based on these observations, I was able to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observes the Blue Fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence. As this effect applies not only to the individual who destroys it, this information may not be of much use to most researchers. However, I shall leave a note of it to be consulted should the need arise. Addendum: when the Fay Lantern identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet due to the limited sample size, further confirmation will be necessary. That's quite a bit of useful tips. Well, now I think I've got a rough idea of how to deal with it. Alright, let's refer to this record for the intel and try suppressing it again. Okay. Can I not get tails repeatedly this time, Otis? That was very uncool of you. Alright. Whatever. It's fine. It's like Mound of Smiling Bodies? Yeah, but only if you get good results, and only if it's egos being worn, kinda. Alright, let's do it again. That just can't be right. Oh well. Yeah, you win when I actually need you to. Alright. See, this is why Otis is kind of really good. Ow. Oh, she won anyways. That was not a high win rate clash. Huh? What? Oh, I didn't have enough to Kozan. That's why. Because she's been charmed every single time. So she hasn't had a chance to build up the thing. At least I'm winning all my clashes. This is gonna be a long fight, huh? It's like, I didn't even break the body there. Oh my god. Okay. This is kind of cringe. I don't even have... Oh, it's not worth it. Oh, that's actually still a pretty good amount of damage. Despite it being resisted. Thanks, Sinclair. Ishmael has been playing with an Ace of Hearts, a Counterspell, a Charmander, and How to Play Texas Hold'em card in her hand this game. Attacking that fairy again will reveal its true form. This isn't your first time facing this entity, it won't be as hard as the first time. The sinners seem to agree. The fairy simply sat there in near complete stillness, only interrupted by its intermittently vibrating wings. It was as though the fairy knew you were coming. Who will take the bait? Yi-Sang, of course. Yi-Sang charged toward the fairy. After a light leap into the air, the sinner swung the weapon toward the fairy. The fairy appeared to scream, but no sound came from its mouth. Maybe it wasn't screaming at all. Perhaps it was just the swaying of branches. The eyes are coming out. Get out of here. It's good. Get out of there. Here we go again. Numerous eyes open one by one, gleaming from the shadows. They oscillate as though they'll jump out at us at any minute. So, what now? Fairy is staggered. Fairy permanently gains 5 fragile. Alright. I'll take it. Wish I could just auto-set these. Because it clearly isn't going to make a difference. They don't even deal damage. Like... I didn't get this check? You were probably, like, winning too easily. That's why. Oh boy. What's this? That's just a stronger one. Okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see. Ishmael has red. I'm not even gonna try. Like, it's not worth it. Alright. Just to be safe. Why do I feel like I'm doing, like, no damage? It's weird. Wouldn't P set the charm targets? Yeah, but then it wouldn't use the skills that I want to use on the other guys, so... You know. Alright, can we please send this guy to the Hell Dimension? That would be appreciated. It's taking way too long. This is turn 10. Like, I know they give you a lot of time for a reason, but man... This fight sucks. This fight has always sucked. I can't imagine a situation where they could make it more interesting.
서두르지. 수습이 늦어지면.
Oh, look at that. Who would have guessed?
수고가 될 테니. 검지의 책.
Wayward? Oh, I wonder what this fight is.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Oh, they gave him a new battle theme? That kicks ass. Okay. Alright, Sinclair. Whatever, man. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's more dangerous. That did a lot of damage to me. No! He sang. Come on, man. You're supposed to be a good ID. Alright, there he goes, yeah. There's not really much I can do about that when we're starting from a point of 0. Ah, my eye. Ah. Okay. So if I remember correctly, they're just weak to the damage type that they appear as. So... So I'm fairly confident I'm not going to kill them all turn 1. Because I'm not stupid. Guess I can do this. I've only got one skill in the one gloom skill in this team, so... Especially if I don't hit heads ever. Oh my lord. Are you kidding me right now? I hit 1 heads against that red portal. That was insane. Are you kidding me? Right now. Is that not a pride portal? No, it's gloom. See? Oh, I see. Hold on.
당신 짝패군요.
I'm doing no damage whatsoever. This is crazy. It's like they don't even resist the other damage types. They're just weak to the main one. Okay. Ishmael, you have 12 sanity and rolled tails on every coin. How'd you even manage? This is not going well. I just can't get my SP up, is the problem here. Yeah, now he's back. Alright. So what did he get? Hey, I destroyed the green one! That's rude. Oh, I gave him coin power +1? That's not good. But there's not really much I can do about it, so, how in the world? Oh, it's because Otis. Okay.
점 찍었네.
Dude, get heads at all. You have positive sanity. You jerk. Ishmael had a more reliable clash than you that turn.
다음.
합격장.
You know, this is actually pretty reminiscent of when I did Railway 2, because I struggled against this guy a lot during that. I don't even know why. Did I stagger it? Why the heck is it doing nothing? What? Oh, that's why. So I have to make absolutely certain that I win that clash, so, it's an easy way to do that. Alright, let's just pile onto the same arm then. Had a decent amount of fun working around her prescripts. You don't work around anything though, you just click the blue button. Here he comes? No, he's fine. This is fine. Like, literally no problem. See? And now this does pretty much nothing. It looks scary, but it doesn't actually hurt. Remember, if you get hit by that in Railway, that's an instant loss. Can I get heads at all? Like, come on. How's... Gregor is the lowest sanity and is rolling heads the most out of everybody. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. Okay, that skill is actually kind of spooky. Actually, you know what? I'm sick of this. Get this guy out of here. I just wanted SP on everybody. This is taking too long. He isn't using Rip Space this turn? He used Rip Space last turn. Why would he use it 2 turns in a row? Alright, that seemed to have solved all of my problems. So, except for on Ishmael specifically, I don't know why she's struggling there. Oh! That's why. Well, okay, that doesn't matter if I stagger the arm before it uses it, so, I think we'll be okay. Or we could just kill him, that works too.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은
This is a lie. Gregor was most valuable. Okay, he was second.
귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
He took 2 damage?
잘 놀다 간다.
Ow?
회수하지 않은 탐.
Oh, that was from Rip Space, probably. Doubt? I mean, my brain says Ebony Queen's apple, but I feel like this isn't Ebony Queen's apple.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Okay. This is the one that actually gets a new fight. Because it was nothing when we first fought it. That is a scary counter. That's a very scary counter. If I just don't hit the head, that doesn't matter. Okay, bleed and rupture on target. Yep, it's just all inflicting bleed and rupture. Oh, cool. Turn start, inflict bind on all enemies. This lasts until the roots are broken. Root parts gain 3 attack power up for every unbroken arm. Yep, that's about how it worked before. It's just that the skills before weren't a big deal. It's like, that is almost certainly the best clash I can do against that right now. Whoop. Oh, he's just fast enough to redirect. Okay. Any? Nope. Who the hell is she attacking? Okay. And then, let me guess, this is targeting Ishmael. Yep. That's why. Can I just ignore this, maybe? Like, I know it's gonna hurt, but who's it targeting? You're weak to lust, but you're resistant to pierce. You should be fine. Okay. Awesome. Limbus Company! Oh, he got staggered? Okay. Bruh. Okay. Fine. If you want to play that way, asshole. Would be Ishmael getting... How? Actually insane. Yeah, I need to do one-siding the roots with everybody else. I was gonna say, if that clash lost, I was just gonna reset the fight. Like, there's no coming back from that losing, honestly. Damn, that rolled high. I didn't even realize I was gonna roll that high. That's a little crazy. Anyways, now that I have sanity, I can actually play the video game. What the heck is that? You're doing a thing. The unit has roots, gain the audacity after its fruit part is hit. Oh, I hit it with the AoE, didn't I? It just makes it deal more damage. At 4 or more, use a powerful skill that inflicts powerful negative effects. The unit does not have roots, neither gain nor lose the audacity. She has the audacity. But obviously, if you destroy the fruit, then every part gets fragile, so... Yeah, get over it. Where's the roots? Oh, there they are. Okay. I see. I see. Okay. I'll take it. Thank you for that 2 clash power on the Ajat. I gotta get rid of the roots. Oh my goodness. That was certainly a skill. I didn't even realize he was gonna do that. I forgot he reloaded already this fight. There. 1 arm down. Ow. Okay, what the hell is this? It's being used by the head. Is that on hit or B? If this unit has roots, gain 1. Okay, so I have to break the roots before that hits me. Got it. I read. Oh, because he has 0 sanity. That's why. Do I care? Like, the problem is I have to waste 2 attacks if I don't want to... Which is fine, it's just... I'd rather not have to do it. Also, that sucks. Oh, you know what? I could be a little safe about it. There we go. Awesome. Very cool. Thank you. Why are you clashing first? You asshole. What's wrong with you? At least it's only 1 hit, but man. Alright. Well, I destroyed every other part, so, Anyways. We should be good now, I feel like. I am glad that they finally gave this an actual fight, but it doesn't really feel like much of a fight still. It's mostly just roll big or... It's Alleyway Watchdog, if you had to start Alleyway Watchdog at 0 SP. That's what it is.
빠르게 처리하지. 자세가 모르겠네.
He reads quick, remove his brain. Well, I read, and then my strategy didn't even work, because Sinclair, despite being the slowest, clashed before everyone else. So, I mean, I think it's just because everyone had the same speed there. But it's still annoying. You didn't get the powerful attack for not hitting the fruit at turn 1. Why would I have hit the fruit on turn 1? It had a crazy counter. Also, Yisang has been pretty consistently the lowest contributor for damage this Kanto.
이쪽인 것 같아요.
이곳에만 불이 들어와 있네요. 방송 섹터라고 적혀 있어요.
The fight doesn't feel like a fight because you skipped the whole mechanic. There was no mechanic for me to play around. I didn't learn the mechanic until I accidentally hit the fruit with Holiday. And then I read it, and I was like, okay, so I know what not to do now.
여기로 오는 게 맞는 선택이었겠지?
방송 섹터로 향하는 길 이외에는 전부 막혀 있었다고 보아도 무방하다.
이러나 저러나 여기로 올 수밖에 없었던 거구만.
And if I replace Yisang, if I replace Ring Yisang, I'm bringing Heisho. So it's hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분 끊겨 있는 상태라 문이 잠겨 있진 않을 거예요.
멈춰. 한 발짝이라도 더 접근하면 즉시 무력으로 대응할 거야.
Who are you? A familiar voice boomed from a loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning.
이 앞에는 보안용 지뢰가 잔뜩 설치돼
Oh, it's
있어.
Ezra.
만약 그걸 뚫고
Okay.
들어온다고 해도 이 안에 있는 인원을 상대해야 할 걸? 이쪽은 전부 전투 수행이 가능한 사람뿐이야.
I looked at the colors on the character speaker and I was like, who the heck has those colors? Oh wait, there's a very important character who has those two colors, isn't there?
만약 자신 있다고 해도 우리에겐 자폭 장치도 있어. 초소형 미세 톱니들이 박혀 있는 폭탄이. 잠깐, 이건 뭐라고 적힌 거야? 뭐? 나보다 악필이 심한 사람은 처음 보네.
이건 이 폭탄을 던지면 반경 100m 내 폭발이 일어나.
That is Martin.
야, 그런 폭탄은 금기 위반이라 말이 안 되잖아. 좀 그럴듯하게 짧게.
That's a taboo violation, you know?
아무튼 무너진 시설에 우리랑 사이좋게 깔리고 싶은 게 아니라면 당장 돌아가.
폭탄은 거짓일 가능성이 높습니다.
It is highly probable the bomb is a bluff. No, really?
머리가 규정한 바에 따라 반드시 무언가에 설치되어야 하기에.
Oh, so grenades are illegal, but C4 isn't. Okay.
범위도 터무니없어. 그만한 반경을 일순 폭발시키는 것은 많은 규제와 협약을 위반할 테지.
그래도 보안용 지뢰는 진짜야. 더 다가오면 과출력된 전기가 너희를 순식간에 지져버릴걸.
That's a different threat than before. As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it also became even more familiar. I was pretty sure I'd heard it somewhere before.
알리사 씨 말에 따르면 이 부근에 호에나임 그 양반이 있을 거라 했는데.
잠깐, 방금 알리사라고 했나?
이 목소리 착각이 아닌 듯하군요.
Now, I certainly recognized this voice. Oh, never mind, that's Hohenheim. I thought it was Martin, but it's actually just Hohenheim.
이곳에 들여보내도 무방한 이들은 많네.
그다지 반갑지 않은 목소리가 들리는 걸 봐서는 저희가 접근해도 무방한 이들 같군요.
A heavy thunk, and then the doors of the broadcast sector inch open, but before we could even take a proper look at the people holed up within.
아 뭐야? 너희들이었어? 진작에 말하지. 나 기억나지?
에즈라 씨.
We came face to face with Ezra, who'd video called us with a plethora of information on blood fiends prior to our mission in La Mancha Land.
라만차랜드에서 대활약을 해냈다면서? 역시 우리가 도움을 준 덕분이지? 아, 그래서 그 너희 중에 있다던 그 무진장 센 혈기는 누구야?
네? 아, 그건
This only makes me wonder why Catriel has grenades at all if she can't use them without summoning a claw. You know what? That's a good point. Why does she have grenades in the bandolier?
안부 인사는 나중에 나누도록 하지.
Oh, hello there.
에즈라.
The next person to show up was Moses. I saw her in the video call, too. Team leader at LCD, if memory serves right.
아까 폭탄이 어쩌고 하면서 온갖 협박을 한 게 당신이었어요?
어쩔 수 없었잖아. 이 근방에 남은 사람은 우리 말고는 없을 거라고 생각했는데 갑자기 10명 되는 인원들이 떼거지로 몰려오는 소리가 들리니까 봐! 저쪽 화면은 나오지도 않는다고. 다 망가뜨려놨는지.
I love LCD is just Limbus Company Detective. Ezra gestured toward the blank surveillance screens on the broadcast sector with her skin. Chin. Excuse me. That's not what that word is. Why did I read it like that?
참고로 저기 무지하게 똑똑하다는 양반이 카메라를 복구시키는 중이래. 전력이 차단되어서 시간이 좀 걸릴 거라나.
좋은 일로 엮일 거라는 예상은 안 했지만 자네들과 이런 식으로 제외하게 될 줄도 몰랐네.
That's fine. I never finished reading Distortion Detective. I got to when they encountered blood fiends and that's when I stopped. Gestures with skin. Shut up! You heard nothing. Underneath the array of monitors Ezra pointed at, we found Hohenheim, looking even more haggard than we remembered, who gave us a faint, unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with a tangle of power circuits.
안녕하세요. 다치신 분은 보이지 않아서 다행입니다.
Martin stepped forth and offered us the greeting Hohenheim chose to skip.
그건 그렇고 알리사가 우리의 위치를 알려줬다 했나. 같이 데리고 오지 못한 거 보니 치명상이거나 이미 사망했겠군.
치명상이에요. 하지만 살릴 수 있는 방법은 물색 중이에요.
Ishmael gave Hohenheim a blanched look, as though she was taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fate.
물색이라 마치 보물찾기 놀이라도 하는 듯이 말하는군. 차라리 숨을 끊어주고 오는 게 알리사에게 더 도움이 되었을 수도 있었겠어.
무슨 우리가 여태껏 해온 걸 보고도 모르겠냐? 가망이 없는 것도 아닌데 쉽게 포기하지 말라고.
이해해 주세요. 침입자 중 몇몇은 사람에게 고통을 가하는 걸 즐기는 것 같아 더 경계하시는 거니. 저와 팀장님은 습격이 시작된 시각에 실험실 근처에 있었습니다. 돌아다니는 직원들은 많이 없었고 이곳 방송 섹터와 가까웠죠. 단지 그런 이유로 사지 멀쩡하게 이곳까지 도망칠 수 있었을 뿐인데.
알리사 군은 잘 견뎌내주고 있을 걸세. 우리가 약속했네. 돌아가서 구해주겠다고.
B-boy out on a mission? Yeah, probably.
감사해요. 알리사도 믿고 있을 거예요.
잠깐! 훈훈한 와중에 미안한데 너희가 왔다는 건 그 특색도 여기로 오고 있다는 거 맞지?
Alright, she's like Don Quixote.
지금 어디에 있어? 아 벌써 습격한 놈들을 찾으러 갔으려나.
에즈라.
Moses, who'd been staring at Otis since we came in, turned her gaze toward Ezra.
팀장님! 붉은 특색과 합류하면 막내가 없어도 승산이 충분하지 않을까요?
그래. 하지만 붉은 시선은 이곳에 같이 오지 못한 것 같군. 다른 이유를 말할 필요도 없이 저들의 표정만 봐도 알겠어.
뭐? 아니 왜 너희만 온 건데?
Ezra's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Virgilius wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like that of a host shrieking at uninvited guests barging into her home.
저희도 저희만 오고 싶어서 온 게 아니거든요.
Foreshadowing is a literary device. Yeah, I mean, it is.
히로슈 말로는 거미집의 엄지아비라고 불리는 자였는데
연구소를 급습한 자들처럼 상당한 무력을 갖추고 있었겠지. 무시할 수 없을 만큼 출중한 기량을 가진 자였다. 아르고스 부대의 에우리알로스와 비교하면 어떻지?
Okay. Sure. We're just gonna start this now, huh?
큰 차이는 없을. 잠깐. 네놈 그 부대와 이름을 안다는 건.
Moses didn't grace Otis with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie. And soon returned to the subject at hand as if she were done sorting out her thoughts.
그자가 인질로 붙잡혔나?
We are starting this now. I mean, the Odyssey is a long book. So, I mean...
네? 그걸 어떻게...
습격자를 단수로 서술하더군. 생략한 걸 수도 있지만 그렇다 해도 소수의 인원이었을 거다. 그리고 운전기사를 데려오지 않았음에도 너희는 붉은 시선이 습격자를 해치우고 곧 올 것이라는 말도 믿음도 내보이지 않았지.
팀장님은 딱 보면 거의 다 알아채신다고. 그런데 너희 오면서 마주친 사람은 없었어?
Not really.
다행히 죄종들이나 인형들 외에는 없었어. 잠깐, 저희도 질문 좀 할게요.
We didn't encounter any mannequins. What are you talking about? Ishmael barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amid the barrage of questions.
두 분은 LCD 부서잖아요. 왜 LCE 부서가 있는 본사에 와 계신 거죠?
아, 그건 말이지. 오늘 LC 부서에서 중요한 성과 발표회가 예정된 날이었거든? 무지하게 중요한 발표니까 필수 참석이라는 공지가 하루에 몇 개씩이나 날아오던지. 그쵸, 팀장님? 우리도 무지하게 바쁜 부서라는 건 다들 잊어버렸나 봐.
딴지 걸어서 미안하지만 그건 무지하게 중요한 발표가 맞아.
Oh, I see. Wait, mannequin? Yeah, before we got to the HQ, but that means they weren't in the HQ, so it doesn't matter that we saw them. Because we didn't encounter them on the way, we encountered them before we started on the way. They were on the truck.
그래, 그쪽 성과가 중요한 건 잘 알겠는데 우리 부서도 무지하게.
Hang on. I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now.
발표는 결국 시작되지도 못했으니 우리로서는 그 중요도를 가늠할 수 없어.
This is really unimportant.
결론적으로는 그러한 행사로 인해 우리 팀원들이 이곳 LC 부서로 모였던 거다. 그리고 소개할 인원이 있다. LCD에 들어온 새로운 팀원이지.
Huh?
우리 부서도 이제 규모가 커졌다 이 말이야.
자네들과 구면이라 들었다만.
A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side. Someone we did not expect to encounter here of all places.
그대들과의 조우가
Oh, okay.
항상 이러한 난전 속이란 면목이었군. 강령하셨는가?
They just didn't give her any new clothes.
앵두 씨, 오랜만이네요. 김 사관님은 아직 회복 중이신가요?
우두께서는 육신이 아문 지 오래이나 마음이 맑아지기까지 시간이 걸리는 것 같더군. 내 기다리는 수밖에. 머지않아 좋아지실 거야. 그때까진 내가 그때 저지른 과오를 묵묵히 속죄할 뿐.
In silence, bro, you are talking. Angdu appeared to be referring to how she ran bamboo-headed Kim through with her sword under the monolith's distorting influence.
그래도 LCD 팀에 합류해서 잘 적응하고 계시는 것 같아 다행이네요.
Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Angdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood.
의탁하고 있는 신세지. 우리에겐 돌아갈 곳이 마땅히 남아있지 않으니. 하지만 언젠가는 반드시 우두와 함께 S사로 돌아갈 것이야.
저쪽도 섞이기 위해 고군분투를 하고 있나 보네요.
어딜 가나 처음 적응해가는 건 힘든 법이지.
이곳의 인원끼리는 얼추 안면을 틔운 것 같으니 빠르게 다음으로 넘어가도록 할까.
Yeah, why are we here? Who? Tell me that the index is behind it. I know. It's not just the index, but the main guy is from them. A distinct objective. Oh yeah, I'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much.
지금 필요한 것은 정보 공유, 그리고 그것을 기반으로 하는 추리다. 나와 팀원들은 발피실로 향하는 통로에서 습격을 당했지.
그놈은 그냥 단도직입적으로 말할게. 엄청 강했어.
If I remember rightly, Ezra is the highest ranked fixer among these people, so...
말벌 그 자식이 자리만 안 비웠어도 한번 붙어보긴 했을 텐데.
말벌이라 하면...
Hornet? That's a Silk Song reference right there.
우리 막내인데 진짜 세긴 하거든? 얼마나 세냐면 내가 예전에 말이야 그 뭐였지? 빵이었던 것 같은데 아무튼 그걸 먹으려고 접시에 덜어놨는데 말벌 그 자식이 아니 잠깐 등 돌렸는데 그대로 집어먹는 거야. 확 열이 받아서 그대로 명치에 주먹을 팍 꽂았지. 먹은 거 뱉어내라고. 근데 그냥 이러더니 아무렇지도 않게 빵을
Is Moses a grade 1? No, Moses is grade 5. She's really low grade. Ezra's grade 2. Hornet is kind of busy. She is getting a DLC, Ezra.
잘은 모르겠지만 강하신가 보네요.
Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of the Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well.
그래서 그분은
I mean, you could.
어디 계시는데요?
Yeah, Vespa's the grade 1. He's the big one. Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop up out from a hiding spot in the broadcast sector.
그게 말이지. 아마 들으면 깜짝 놀랄걸? 무려
아직, 에즈라.
무려
It's
비밀이야.
classified.
아직 기밀 사항이거든.
Ezra trailed off awkwardly.
나는 관찰과 추리를 통해 적을 파악하는 편이다. 어떤 무기를 쓰는지, 어떤 방식을 선호하는지, 사력을 즐기는지 피하는지, 어떤 마음가짐으로 전투에 임하는지에 대한 모든
Ezra's grade 3? Close enough.
이를 파고들면 반격할 수 있는 적절한 시점을 알게 되며 약점을 짐작할 수 있게 되지. 그런 식으로 얼추 길을 열 수 있으니. 하지만
Moses inhaled sharply as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment.
모든 것이 난잡해 어떠한 패턴도 읽을 수 없었다.
그놈은 껍데기다. 사람을 죽일 때 어떠한 감정도 담겨 있지 않지. 그러니 무엇도 읽을 수 없었을 거다.
The middle mentioned? Punch to the solar plexus was a passive found on the Stray Dogs.
반대로 너는 너무나 선명히 보이는군. 어지간히도 뭔가를 베고 싶은 건가? 산산조각 났지만 그 파편 하나하나가 예리하고 투명하니 마치 수많은 칼날이 되었어.
What do you mean she doesn't have her ego? Yeah, that's kind of problematic, isn't it?
끊어내고 싶으면서도 끊어낼 수 없어서 더 가련해 보이는 유리와 같은 검. 그 상처 두성이 손에는 무얼 그렇게 쥐고 있는 거지?
The middle grunts also have an attack by the same name. That's true.
너 이 새끼, 멋대로 뭘 보고 있는 거냐?
팀장님한테 호칭이 지금.
Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in and changed the subject.
덧붙이자면 나와 여기 있는 마트는 실험실 앞에 있었네. 처음 시작은 바람 소리였지. 아주 거대한 것이 공기를 타고 날아오는 소리가 들렸네. 정교한 기계들과 격리실이 즐비해 있는 이 부서에서는 들려서는 안 될 소리였지.
Large and heavy with cleaving wind. Okay.
제 바로 앞이었습니다. 저와 한 걸음 차이로 걷고 있었던 직원의 허리가 두동강이 났는데 순간적으로 그런 생각이 들었죠. 환상체가 탈출한 걸까? 하지만 정말 격리실에서 탈출이 일어난 것이었다면
알리사 씨가 말해준 것과 동일하네요. 어떠한 전조 증상도 없이 습격이 일어났다고.
자세히 보니 그건 환상체도 죄종도 뒤틀림도 아니고 거대한 칼집이었죠. 그리고 칼집이 날아온 방향에는 칼집을 던진 것으로 추측되는 자가 태연한 표정으로 책을 읽고 있었습니다.
그 책은 마티아스.
Oh yeah.
그놈의 안가품 장부겠군.
If he's reading a book, he's got to be from the middle.
범지에 중지라.
수초 동안 멍하니 보고 있었는데 팀장님이 저를 잡아 끌었습니다. 뒤를 다시 돌아보지는 못했어요. 수십 명이 비명을 지르는 소리가 들렸지만
필요 이상으로 설명이 길군 자네는.
이곳 방송 섹터 안까지 들어온 이후에서야 알리사 생각이 났어요.
목숨이 위급할 때 뇌는 생존을 위해 최소한의 정보만 전달하네. 당연한 증상이지.
하지만 그 연구 계획서를 마지막으로 관리하던 건 저였으니까요, 팀장님. 알리사도 원래는 발표실에 있었어야 했어요. 저희랑 같이요.
있잖아. 그런 걸 일일이 따지다가는 진짜 남아있는 게 없을 것 같거든. 너무 뻔한 위로 같긴 하지만 앞으로 무엇을 할 수 있을지부터 생각해도 늦지 않아.
True.
저희 팀장님을 한 차례 구해주시기까지 했는데 다른 사람도 아니고 제가 여러분들을 못 믿어서는 안 되겠죠.
그 또한 실험의 일환이었다고 반박하고 싶지는
Okay, man.
시간이 없으니 넘어가.
You need to shut up.
각자의 상황 설명은 끝난 것 같으니 지금까지 확인된 정보를 공유해 보도록 할까.
Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD.
오늘 이곳 본사 지하에 있는 LC의 부서에 침입자들이 습격하였다. LC 전 구역이 통제불능이 되었고 이것을 제외한 모든 섹터가 각각 하나 혹은 둘의 습격자에 의해 무력화되었지. 정상적인 의사소통이 가능할 정도로 생존해 있는 인원은 이곳에 모인 숫자가 전부. 그 이후에는 격리실까지 강제 개방되어 밖은 더욱 혼란스러운 상태고.
사면 초가요. 발 디딜 곳을 찾는 일은 어디를 가든 쉽지가 않군.
Oh yeah, she is really short, huh?
에이, 여기 감시 카메라만 전부 볼 수만 있어도 그놈들이 지금 어디에 있는지 정도는 볼 수 있을 텐데.
여러 번 말하는 중이지만 고치려고 시도 중일세. 의도적으로 끊어진 전력을 복구시키는 것을 마치 안경을 닦는 것처럼 쉽게 말하는군.
지금 가장
He just likes to complain, I think.
침입자가 누구인가? 그리고 무엇을 위해 LC에
I
침입?
mean, we know who the attackers are.
우리가 마주한 자는 그저 명령받은 대로 사람을 죽이는 것에만 혈안이 되어 있었지. 하지만 목적을 단순 습격 후 살인으로 두기에는 미심쩍은 점이 많다.
Moses' deduction aligned with Otis's. As if the assailants' goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, their first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units.
침입자의 정체는 그래, 대략적이나마 유추할 단서가 모였다.
설명해보게.
붉은 시선을 붙잡았다던 엄지압이라고 불리는 자, 그리고 연구원들을 습격한 중지에 시체로 된 인형까지 미루어 보아 그
Ezra is also very big, yeah.
최소로 잡아도 손가락 2개 이상의 조직이 혼재된 상황이라고 볼 수 있겠군.
엄지, 흑운의 우두머리 짓을 하는 것들도 이곳에.
No.
허나 이상하군. 모제스 아씨, 손가락이라는 작자들은 서로를 척하는 자들이 아닌가. 손가락 걸기 따위로 치고받고 싸우지 않고서야 하물며 같은 목표로 움직인다니.
그래. 그러니 역으로 판단하자면 꽤 중요한 목적이 있어서 각 손가락 간부급들이 특수하게 모였다 봐야겠지.
거미 혹은 거미집의 아비들, 그들은 그렇게 불린다. 그리고 우리는 이미 그들이 펼쳐둔 거미줄에 걸린 상태지.
손가락은 서로의 영역을 침범하지 않기 위해 선을 그어둔다. 지금처럼 엉켜있는 일은 드물어. 아비들이라. 그 칭호 의미 없이 붙여지진 않았을 테지.
Yeah.
거미집이란 곳은 무언가를 기르는군. 그것도 각 손가락의 간부급이 모여서 양육이라는 행위를 한다라.
Yeah, it's her, isn't it?
말이 안 되나 싶지만 그 목적이 범상치 않을 만큼 역설적으로 그들이 모일 당위성을 보충하는군. 리오슈라 했던가? 그곳과 얽혀있는 것으로 보이는데.
뭘 원알?
I know what you know. Okay.
아, 이건 뭘 원하시는지.
I know what you want. Oh, sorry. I don't even know how I read a W as a K, but
괜찮다. 줄여 말해도 파악할 수 있으니.
all right.
하지만 나도 내가 아는 것을 토해낼 수가 없군.
정보와 기억 전부 깨져 있겠지. 내게 보이는 것처럼. 모든 것을 기억해낼 필요는 없어. 내가 제일 궁금한 건 그 범상치 않은 목표다. 그건 무엇인지 말할 수 있겠나?
나를 무엇이든 베는 검으로 만들어내는 것. 그리고 나는
Ryoshu, can you tell us anything more?
아쉽지만 여기까지군 시계. 말하기 어렵다. 말할 수 있었어도 말하기 쉽지 않아.
Ryoshu let out a protracted sigh just as Moses did earlier, the long exhalation of someone who clearly craved a puff of smoke. It betrayed the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Ryoshu hasn't been smoking at all since we got here. Or maybe since the truck.
시계. 저자가 말한 것처럼, 그리고 네가 본 것처럼 내 머리는
No, it was since we got here. She was smoking on the truck.
나 역시 내 스스로 궁금한 게 있지만 알아낼 수 없지. 그러나 아까처럼 내 놈의 힌트로 뭔가 짜맞춰질 만도 하다는 생각이 들었다. 그러니 같이 풀어내야 한다. 이 퍼즐 혹은 방탈출을.
Ryoshu muttered placidly.
거미집의 목표가 너라면 굳이 본사를 침입할 이유가 없을 거다.
As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshu looked in her direction with mild amusement.
거미집을 빠져나왔다는 발언은 아마 탈출을 의미하겠지. 손가락 길이의 관계성을 고려했을 때 사이좋게 모여있을 위인들이 아닌데도 아비들은 너를 잃은 이후로도 거미집이란 단체를 유지했다. 단편적으로만 본다면 네 복귀를 기다렸을 수도 있지. 하지만 오늘의 행동들을 보아선 그렇게 인내심이 대단한 자들로 보이지도 않는다. 이제야 모습을 드러냈다는 것이 수상하다는 거지. 저들이 절박했다면 벌써 움직여야 했을 거다. 이건 때를 기다린 거라는 생각이 드는군. 류슈, 너를 되찾든 그게 아닌 뭔가를 하든 지금이 저들의 움직일 때가 된 셈이다.
저희가 만난 거미집의 아비는 류슈 씨가 이곳 본사 연구소로 올 수 있도록 길을 비켜줬어요. 그분이 류슈 씨에게 내비친 복잡한 감정들은
Okay,
하나같이 강렬했죠.
that's certainly a way to put it.
그럼에도 류슈 씨를 죽이거나 데려가려는 듯한 행동은 조금도 보이지 않았던 것 같아요.
아비들이 이곳에서 날 기다리고 있다고 한 걸 보면 나를 보러 온 건 맞다. 괴짜 탐정.
너 자꾸 말을.
응?
야, 뭐야?
Where's the teddy bear? Because I don't think it's that, even though that doesn't appear on every sprite she has.
진정하게 저들의 대화를 막지 않는
Okay,
게
maybe it
좋네.
is.
필시 저 논쟁 안에서 답을 떠올리겠지.
너를 자극하기 위해 거미집의 아비들이 습격했다는 추측은 합당하지만 당장의 목적은 따로 있다는 생각을 지울 수가 없군. 묘슈라는 인물만을 노리고자 했다면 이곳과 지금이 적기는 아니잖나.
The intervals between each of the sinners are different, but once the sinner's turn ends, another's begins, every single time without failure. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu. I believe without a shred of doubt that it's her turn. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words. Oh, those are called sentences, Dante.
림버스 컴퍼니, 유리창, 구엘사, 추출된 에고, 엔케팔린, 신비, 환상체, 모노리스, 수감자 류슈. 이곳 LC의 연구소에서 거미집의 목적이 될 수 있는 것은 그리 많지 않더군. 당장 쓸 수 없는 정보를 모두 제외하면 추측할 수 있는 모든 목적 중 가장 합당한 목적은 저 황금가지.
결국 그런 결론이 나는 것인가?
Moses is right. It's become very important for us to look into Ryoshu's past, to reach in and see what lies there, but LCB's goal, its journeys, and its stories have always been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the golden bows. Hohenheim, where are the golden bows in this facility located?
관리자님께서 황금가지의 위치를 묻는군요.
이곳의 실험실에 있네.
Thanks. Which one? Hohenheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hands on my head.
그래. 발표 내용에 대해서 말하지 않을 수가 없겠군.
Hohenheim's answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh. You know, I'm realizing that that thing that I kept pointing out wasn't part of Ezra's bag. It was the thing laying on the ground in the background.
그건 황금가지 실험 성과에 대한 발표였네. 그리고 그 발표가 공개될 수 있는 인원은 한정되어 있네. 지금 자네들 LCB는 포함되지 않았어.
황금가지를 개고생해서 구해오는 건 우리인데 우리한테만 정보 공개를 제한하는 건 무슨...
보안의 범위를 결정하는 건 내가 아니네.
호헨하임 씨가 우려하는 바가 무엇인지는 알고 회사는 황금가지에 대한 정보의 공개를 엄중하게 제한하고 있으니까요. 혹여 회사의 동의 없이 이
Well, then
정보가
how
노출되었을
there's
경우
only a couple of ways
어떤 조치가
that
나올지는
the
현재로서
fingers
알수
would
없습니다.
know about these things then, right?
최악의 경우엔 기억 소거 절차까지도 감안해야 할 테죠.
지금 같은 비상 상황에서 그딴 걱정부터 해야 한다니.
비밀스럽고 수상쩍은 회사에서 뭘 바라겠나. 그럼 감안한다고 생각하고 본론부터 말하지. 우리는 황금가지를 회수된 각각의 가지를 접목하는 실험을 진행 중이었다네.
Oh, so you were pruning. Got it.
가지를 접목한다는 것은 혹시
Well, the grafting is the opposite of whatever. You were gardening.
만들겠다는 뜻인가?
연구자 앞에서는 두루뭉술하게 넘길 수도 없겠군.
Yeah, I guess a prescript would also work.
맞네. 특수한 환경에서 황금가지를 배양시켜 묘목을 만드는 중이라네. 아직은 한 그루로 완전하게 접목시키지는 못했지만 그리 먼 이야기는 아니지.
Yeah, the index thing is, as far as we're concerned, omnipotent. So it would know. That is one way, and the main enemy is of the index, we know that. The thumb... Realistically, the middle could know. I think. The realistic answer is that one of the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders talked to either Damien's group or N-Corp. Because those are the only other two groups that actually know what we're doing. So...
그 실험의 성과를 사내의 주요 관계자들과 몇몇 팀에게 공개할 예정이었는데 이런 사고가 터져버렸건.
황금가지는 실험실에 있더라.
그럼 실험실에서 황금가지를 먼저 찾아내 보호하는 게 급선무겠네요.
Yeah, but they've been here for 2 hours.
하지만 섣불리 움직이기에는 이곳에 도살이는 적들이 너무 많지 않아? 본사랑 더 연락할 방법은 없는 거야?
본사에 지원 요청은 들어갔나?
1시간 전에 구조 신호를 보냈지만 명확하게 닿았을지는 알 수 없네. 송신기들은 전부 그들이 파괴해버려서 말이지.
신호만 들어갔다면 LC에게 규격 외의 상황이 벌어졌다는 건 금방 파악했겠지. LCA가 지원을 보냈다는 가정하에서 그들이 이곳까지 도착하는 데 걸리는 시간을 예상할 수 있나?
현재 시설 곳곳에 산재한 폐쇄 경로를 지나오는 시간을 모두 감안해도 10분 이내일 것입니다.
10분이라면 이미 도착하고도 남았을 텐데.
신호를 받지 못했거나 엘리베이터가 중간에 작동을 멈춰 갇혔을 수도 있겠죠.
하긴 우리야 소드 씨가 설명해줘서 뒷문으로 들어올 수 있었지.
We also don't know if Carmen can actually mess with the prescripts. I don't think that's relevant. I think that the looms would probably be able to tell you regardless.
그런 거라면 통제실에서 전력 분배기만 재부팅해줘도 해결될 걸세.
어이 척척 박사. 이 부서의 셧다운 상태를 복구시키려면 저 돌아다니는 뒤틀림이나 환상체들을 모조리 제압해야 하는 거지?
완벽히 복구하기 위해서는 그렇다고 봐야겠지. 이것은 복도의 환상체가 하나라도 탈출해 돌아다닌다면 다른 부서로 갈 수 있는 모든 통로가 차단되도록 만들어졌으니.
깊이 생각해봤자 뭐가 더 나오겠어? 환상체나 뒤틀림들이 무서운 거면 우리가 처리해줄게.
무섭다고는 한마디도 안 했는데요. 좀 더 신중하게 행동해야 하는 게 어떠냐는 말이죠.
역시 전력 수리부터 하는 게 제일 현명할 수도 있네. 습격자들은 어둠 속에서 더 활기를 칠 테니 말이야.
I mean, yeah, that's the point, right?
아무래도 효율적인 작전 수행을 위해서는 인원 편제를 분할하는 편이 좋겠습니다, 관리자님. 우선순위만을 논하면서 시간을 낭비하기에는 상황이 썩 좋아 보이지 않는군요.
Once I nodded in agreement, Otis quickly took control of the situation.
지금부터 우리는 수색 정찰 및 탈출을 준비한다.
뭐? 나가자고?
LCA 지원이 도착할 것이라고 가정한다면 그 타이밍에 맞춰 우리도 행동하는 편이 유리하다. 협공의 가능성이 높아지기 때문이지. 또한 정황을 보아하니 이 위치에 너무 오래 숨어 있었다. 적은 계속해서 이곳을 들쑤시며 목표를 달성할 때까지 닥치는 대로 죽이는데 우리의 위치를 고정해 놓는 것은 죽을 확률만 늘리는 셈이다.
그건 말 되네. 하긴 쟤네들은 한 번 죽으면 끝이기도 하고.
거기에 더해 황금가지 또한 적보다 먼저 회수해야 한다. 무엇을 하려고 하든
I mean,
이 안에서는
okay.
해결할 수 없다.
Say we get to the golden bows first, and there are 3 to 4 very high-ranking members of the Fingers that will then attack us to get to them. How the hell are we gonna stop them? Right? I say 3 to 4 because we don't know if the member of the Pinky is here, by technicality.
그래. 그럼 우리가 다 같이 나간다 쳤을 때 제일 먼저 갈 장소는 어디인가? 자네 말대로 황금가지의 회수나 전력 복구 같이 한 번에 준비할 것이 많아 보이는데.
전력을 복구할 통지실과 실험실, 그리고 손상된 회로가 있는 복도는
Power of friendship?
전부 멀리
Okay.
떨어져 있습니다만.
I guess that would literally be the answer. But
팀을 나눈다. 황금가지의 보호, 시설 전력의 복구, 환상체 제압을 통한 지원 통로 개척. 이 막중한 문제들을 동시에 해결하기 위해서는 각각에 걸맞은 팀들이 배치되는 것이 낫겠지.
그래, 뭐 찬성이야. 우리는 따로 행동하는 편이 더 편하기도 하고.
황금가지는 우리 LCB 부서가 찾도록 하지. 이곳에 있는 관리자님께서는 근처에 황금가지가 있으면 바로 알아차릴 수 있는 능력을 갖추고 계시니.
if I don't know what I'm doing, you sure as heck don't. Yeah, I guess that's fair.
뭐, 금속 탐지기 뭐 그런 기능인 건가?
그런 싸구려 같은 비유를. 촉박하니 지금만
Oh boy, splitting up. Yeah, the thing to do in
그리고 환상체나
this type of situation, right?
최종들의 제압은 자네들 LCD 부서에 부탁하고 싶군.
좋아, 전문이지 그건.
이곳에 격리되어 있던 한 상체나 뒤틀림 중에 까다로운 건 몇 종 정도 되지?
얼추 당신의 정도의 실력이면 어렵지 않게 제압할 수 있을 걸세.
2.
하지만 그중 2종은 많이 까다로워.
Is it KQE and will you play?
실험실끼리 통신할 때 쓰던 초소형 무전기를 주겠네. 너무 멀면 신호가 닿지 않지만 자네들에게 제압 방법을 설명하는 데엔 쓸만할 거야.
좋아. 통신도 갖출 수 있겠군. 마지막으로 전력 복구는 LCE 부서에 맡기도록 하지.
Because that implies that the 3 we fought weren't difficult. like Scoop.
합리적이군. 이 부서는 자네들이 보았던 것보다 더 까다롭게 설계가 되어 있거든.
I think we better think of something.
전선들이 제대로 정리가 되지 않은 혼란한 상태를 저런 식으로 언급하기도 하더군요.
그건
What the heck,
증가
Mouse?
과정의 제한이라고 생각해 줬으면 좋겠군. 그리 보여도 안정한 상태일세.
Why not like Hohenheim solo all the tasks? That's not... How strong is Will You Play? Well, its ego is Zayn, but that means nothing, because we've gotten Zayn ego for, like, he class, so... Martin gave a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed them to each of us.
좋아. 이걸로 상황을 계속 공유하도록 하지.
The real question is, what 2 abnormalities are the difficult ones? Because we don't know what abnormalities have been recovered by the LCE. We know a few that have been recovered by N-Corp, because presumably they have the ego from them. So Der Flugschütze, Fairy Longlegs, and Spiral of Contempt are not here. We can assume that much. We know that Wayward Passenger, Fay Lantern, and Ebony Queen's Apple are here. So we can assume that False Apple, Doomsday Calendar, Steam Transport Machine, and Sign of Roses are also all here. Sign of Roses could realistically be one of the problems. We also know that Ardor Blossom Moth is here, because they have ego for it. I don't think that one's strong enough to be a problem. I don't think we can realistically make any judgments on any other ones. Because... Do we know about Sign of Roses being here? No. But if 2 other abnormalities from the same railway are here, then it's pretty likely that the other 2 are also here. Fay Lantern, Ebony Queen, and Wayward Passenger are not what I would consider problematic. Also, My-Form Empties. My-Form Empties is the single highest threat level of any abnormality we've encountered. We don't know where My-Form Empties is. There has never been any relation to it past the point of it appearing in Railway 1, and we've never re-encountered any of the abnormalities from Railway 1. So, Or their ego to know. It would imply that the other railway abnos are here, including Spiral. But we have information from previous Kanto that suggests that Spiral of Contempt is an N-Corp. They might be talking about Silk Current? That's true. We don't know where any of the Kanto 5 abnos end up. I would assume they're at N-Corp because they were the ones that went after the whale. But I think LC already had notes, which was described in its abno notes. Oh yeah, we know Pink Shoes is here. So it's realistically possible that, that Baba Yaga is here, actually.
잊고 싶던 연기 냄새가 자꾸만 스멀스멀 올라오는 거.
I would assume that all the abnos in Kanto 5 are at N-Corp. Just from what happens in that Kanto. Shirashu? We'll encounter that in a minute. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, so I will be back momentarily. You will see an ad. I'm back. I have to clarify, there's one other abnormality that we know is at N-Corp, we just don't know what the abnormality is. Oh, no signal, thanks.
잊지 말게. 황금 가전은 보존통에 들어있으니 함부로 대하지 말고.
그래. 우리도 황금 가지들 구해오느라 그렇게 고생을 해야 됐는데 막대하겠나?
Wasn't the bull the hardest fight the sinners had? No. Not even close. Technically, the most dangerous abnormality we faced is Doomsday Calendar. So, let that be the scale you go by in that regard. But Gregor's comment did nothing to deter Hohenheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again.
그럼 실험실은 그쪽이고 통제실은
Ezra was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses, while others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows.
뭐야?
corridor was thrown into complete chaos.
싱클레어 씨, 이곳으로 오세요.
Huh?
거리가 너무 멀어요.
What's happening? Is everyone alright? Oh, the title of the stage is Separation, huh?
환상체 탈출에 대비해 설치된 격리 시스템이 작동된 것으로 보인다.
Merceau, who had been standing close by, replied in a monotonous voice. And just as he said, when I looked around...
까딱하면 벽에 깔릴 뻔했어.
간발의 차였구려.
조악해. 불신앙이다.
What a waste of time. Just when I didn't think it could get any worse, it did.
필요한 시간 낭비. 어? 그런데 류슈 씨는 어디에 계시는 건가요?
Sinclair, the walls have windows in them. Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall. Thank God.
아, 이렇게까지 완전히 단테님과 분리되어 본 적은 처음이네요.
그럼 이제 함부로 다치지도 못하겠네. 주변에 환상체가 등장한 것 같진 않은데요.
역시 차단벽의 제어권도 넘어간 것 같군요. 보란 듯이 저희를 나눠버렸습니다.
걱정 마십시오, 관리자님. 사소한 차질일 뿐입니다. 이자들의 통솔은 제게 맡겨주시면 됩니다.
네? 곧바로 그런 말부터 하신다고요? 단테의 걱정부터.
난감하게 되었군.
Hohenheim let out a heavy sigh.
팀장님, 괜찮으세요?
그래, 다행히도 부상자는 없어 보이는 것.
After all that planning, we ended up getting separated into completely random teams.
일단 나누어진 인원부터 파악하지.
Okay, it's me, Merceau, Gregor, and Yi Sang here. Also Ryoshu.
여기는 탐정님이랑 나랑 앵두 씨랑 그리고
저랑 이스마일 씨와 로자 씨 그리고 오티스 씨가 계시네요.
이쪽은 나와 마튼 군과 조수 군, LC 팀원들.
And the
그리고
rest.
그밖에 등등이 있네.
등등이 무엇인가?
자신보다 능력 있는 사람을 인정하는 것이 어려운 자들이 쓰는 의존 명사입니다.
Okay, Faust.
저랑 동키호테 씨와 파우스트 씨가 계시네요.
Yeah, wait, where's Heathcliff? There was no chance we could get the security wall out of our way, even with our combined effort.
안 되는군요, 역시. 마스터 카드 키로 강제 개방할 수 있어야.
Like, they didn't say he was with Rhodia, did they? Yeah, they literally just forgot Heathcliff. Oh, the assistant. That's Heathcliff. Okay. Even the LCE wasn't having any luck on their side.
약간의 변동이 생기긴 했지만
I forgot that Hohenheim actually likes Heathcliff.
작전대로 간다. LCD를 포함한 이 인원은 시설 내에 돌아다니고 있는 것들을 순차적으로 제압한다.
CCTV를 복구하는 대로 그쪽 안내를 돕겠습니다.
지금 말한 대로 LC, 호헨하임이 포함된 팀은 통제실로 향해서 전력 복구에 집중하며 관리자님과 나머지 인원이 있는 팀은 황금가재 확보를 위해 실험실로 향하는 것이 되겠군.
왜 나는 제압이야. 제일 힘든 걸. 그럼 우리는 먼저 이동한다.
내가 앞장서도록 하지. 따라오도록.
And with that, Otis and the LCD team's footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side.
우리도 슬슬 이동하도록 하지. 사실 여기 있는 마튼 군과 조수 군만 데려가도 통제실을 복구하는 정도는 아무 문제가 없을 것 같긴 하지만 말이야.
Martin and my assistant. I don't think Heathcliff's gonna be able to help with that, dude.
전력 시설의 구조가 그리 체계적으로 되어 있진 않나 보군요. 이러한 통제불능의 상황까지 대비하여 백업 장치 설계를 했어야 한다는 유감스러운 의견을 표할 수밖에 없습니다.
내가 건물의 설계까지 도맡아 할 만큼 한가하지는 않았어서 말이네. 하지만 실험실의 구조만 독립적으로 놓고 보자면
Yeah.
고작 이런 일로 울상 듣지 마시게나, 히스클리프군.
맞아요. 저희 셋이서 뭉친다면 어떤 일이든 아마.
That's true. Today's Yisang's birthday. Happy birthday, Yisang. The voices of Hohenheim and the other sitters also slipped further away into the background. Should we get a move on to...
황금 거제가 가까이 느껴지면 바로 말해줘. 빨리.
Oh, they're standing very close to him. Okay.
하. 그러고 보니 흡연자 둘이 딱 여기에 모였군 그래.
Yeah, she's totally been smoking, buddy.
아이 다들 어떻게 담배도 안 태우고 이런 노동 환경을 버티는지 모르겠다니까.
피운 시절은 있었다. 지속할 이유를 찾지 못하였을 뿐.
What the heck, dude?
그래? 그래? 못 폈는데.
담배라고 지칭될 수 있는 것
Most things that fall under the category of cigarette.
아니 난 1년 내내 바른 생활 사나이로만 알았지 뭐야.
필요하다면 통상적인 올바르지 않은 일들을 가리지 않고 했다.
I mean, we know he frequented nightclubs somehow.
나는 부인의 시절 동료들의 권유로 면목음한 적은 있었네.
A few hits of the substance. What?
그게 처음이자 마지막이었어. 다 같이 웃음을 터뜨렸지만 담배 자체가 유쾌하진 않았어.
He ain't talking about cigarettes.
처음에 다 그렇지. 왜 어깨 꼬면 그래?
류슈양은 언제부터 권련을 애용하기 시작했는가?
Every pair of eyes searched Ryoshu's face. But she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any signs of unease or anxiety. What we saw on her face was inexplicable exhilaration, thrill, and as strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the marrows.
글쎄, 어렸을 때부터 보고 자란 게 그것뿐이라.
아닌 게 더 이상하긴 한가.
No, Carmen's on the moon, or so. I've been to the moon. I did not particularly enjoy the lack of oxygen.
이번이 류슈 씨 차례. 맞지?
그래, 너무 노골적이어서 비웃음이 날 정도지.
어떤가, 류슈양?
He said canonically getting high wasn't on my bingo. I mean, he's the type of person who probably would, right?
과거를 마주해야 하는 기분이란
당연히 즐겁다. 기다린 보람이 있어.
아, 그러고 보니 류슈 씨는 아까부터 담배를 물고 있지 않네.
Do you think Gubo laced his shit? I mean, he didn't seem to enjoy it, but...
그래, 미리부터 연습 중이다.
Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck. Oh, we're having a flashback. Not a flashback.
당신에게만큼은 없을 줄 알았는데 말이야. 우습지 않아? 이 보잘것없는 짐덩어리 하나 빼앗겼다고 천하의 붉은 시선이 제대로 검 한번 휘둘러보지 못하는 꼬라지가.
Why is this scenario Western, by the way?
그래도 이해하지 못하는 건 아니야. 버릴 수도 죽일 수도 없는 것을 원치 않게 떠맡은 적이 나도 있거든. 아니, 원했던 건 맞지만 그딴 짐덩어리일 줄 몰랐던 걸지. 루치오가 조사해온 걸 보면 딱히 이거랑 아무 관계도 아닌 남남인 것 같던데. 혹시 이게 필요한 이유라도 있는 건가? 목적 때문에 이러지도 저러지도 못하고 꾸역꾸역 가지고 다니는 걸 보니 우리 티켓이나 저기 있는 교본처럼 거슬려 죽여버리고 싶어도 바라는 미래를 위해서 어쩔 수 없이 죽은 건가? 우리 꽤 공통점이 많나 봐.
I mean, one thing's for sure, you talk a lot more than he does.
네가 그렇게 쓸데없는 말을 계속 짓거리며 도발하는 이유는 알고 있다. 그것들이 본사에서 수행하고 있는 임무, 그 작전이 완수되었다는 신호가 오기 전까지 내 발을 묶어두려는 거겠지. 하지만 내 검이 니놈의 목에 닿지 않고 있다고 해서 네가 데리고 다니는 이 애송이의 목까지 안전한 게 아니라는 점을 잊지 않았으면 좋겠군.
재밌겠네. 한번 해봐. 내가 우리 티켓을 위해 만든 교본이 특색에게서 얼마나 버틸 수 있는지.
I mean, he'd probably get his ass beat, if we're being honest.
응?
No, there's a revolver in one of her swords. You can see it on her talking sprite. She still uses bullets. I don't think the guy uses bullets. Oh, okay, well, I think we know what we're fighting in this one. Alright, if we can't have, the others here, I think I am gonna use Heisho for this one. I gotta level him up, but... it'd be nice to have a tank, so...
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
Oh, hey there. We keep running into these mannequins. Are they made by those nurse fathers?
그래. 정확히는 약자비 혼자다. 신체파. 인간의 근육과 뼈로 수축과 이완을 이용하는 예술이다. 거기에 큐비즘도 조금 끼얹었나?
Okay.
고약하구만.
보이시오? 저것들의 몸에 글씨.
These corpses were engraved with a wild scrawl of a message carved with a blade. They began shuffling at us in that uncanny rhythm entirely devoid of any semblance of will.
사랑하는 우리 딸, 이 곡선을 주의 깊게 봐주세요. 갈비뼈라는 것, 잘만 다듬으면 어떤 것보다 날카로운 칼이 되고, 흉곽은 심장과 폐를 보호하기 위해 이렇게나 견고하고 아름다운 나치형이 되었죠. 이 몸의 아름다운 형태를 유지한 채로 몸이 지닌 태초의 정교한 가치를 망가뜨리지 않은 채로 귀중한 악기를 다루듯이 만들어야 합니다. 만져보세요. 근육과 힘줄의 결을 따라 칼날이 잡히지 않나요?
It kind of looks like the she outfit, but I know it isn't.
가장 살고 싶어 했던 놈의 뼈가 가장 죽이기 좋은 칼이 되었군.
그렇죠. 요시히데라면 이 진가를 알아차릴 줄 알았어요. 그 어떤 것보다 정성을 기울여서 이 아이를 만들고 있답니다. 조금이라도 으스러지거나 균형이 안 맞는 뼈를 가지고 있으면 소용이 없거든요. 마침내 완성된다면 요시히데가 써주세요.
그러지.
그렇게나 노래 부르던 그 작품은 결국 완성을 못했나.
Ryoshu muttered to herself. I'm glad that it stays blurred. Oh yeah, would you look at that? Roseate Desire. The Ring Corporist Automatic and Roseate Desire Corrosion. Wait a minute. Tremor? Oh wait, we knew that already. Why am I surprised? And then the Researchers. Okay. Oh, that was a mistake. I should have countered. Whatever. The Ring are lame, but we knew the Ring were lame before this game came out. So, keep that in mind.
빠르게 처리하지. 빈틈 투성이군. 스켈레터.
Okay, unnecessary. It's still weird that they give birth mid-fight. Ow. They actually do hurt quite a lot. I would prefer if they didn't do that. It's because Ryoshu lost a clash, but don't worry about it. Oh, she is taking a lot of damage. Uses assets go burr. I mean, they do that all the time. That's not new to this Kanto. It's just that, status effect, icons don't usually get reused super often. They should reuse them more. I guess the main question I don't want answered is which one of the Nurse Fathers is at the end of part 1? Because I know there will be one. I just have yet to figure out which one because they've mentioned all of them. So, except the Pinky, who we still technically don't know if is involved or not, but I have a feeling they are.
빠르게 처리하지.
Oh, Gregor yells stiletto at his third skill. He does do that. I don't know why he does that. There. I finally got the woo effect. I will not speak on this. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, we all know that that every finger is based on a real-life criminal institution. The thumb are the mafia, specifically the Italian mafia. The index are just cults. I don't know what specific one they were based on, but they're cultists. I'm taking a lot of damage. The middle are like a biker gang, but really big. The ring is the American school system. And then I guess the Pinky would like be the Illuminati, but they don't technically exist, I don't think. They're literally based on water margin, but It's probably more than just that for their inspiration.
네 약점인가? 자세가 뭔가니? 자비에 감사하도록.
Yeah, no, the background music so far has been awesome. I don't know why they didn't put the new Abnormality battle theme music behind Fay Lantern's fight, but only the other two. It's really strange, actually. Oh, good job, Greg. This isn't gonna change. He's always gonna be near the top. He's just good. Sanguine Artistry. Oh no, is the other shoes now. Maybe. I have no idea. Good start. Thanks, Ryoshu. Pinky or Index seems like they'll be the last. The Index is the one that's going to be the last one. I don't think there's any question about that in my mind, anyway. Crime syndicates like The Ring is the American school system. I specifically mean post-education, like college and stuff like that. Not K through 12. That one's fine. But they've got the feel of those, like, super elite, snobby colleges you can go to. Middle is a summary image of all violent street gangs. I mean, it probably is. I think they're all intended to be summary images like that. K through 12 is also pretty bad. Yeah, but it's not as bad. Is what I mean. I know it's bad. I went through it, after all. My theme of this part was pretty similar to this, but I used Prince, Merceau, and Ring Sang. You know, it's fair enough. I'm not a big fan of Bleed Team because they kind of just clash high. And that's it. They're not very interesting. Tremor at least has amplitudes and I can swap people out. There's a lot of fluidity to what you can use the team as. Yeah, all the abnormalities in the library are still in the library. Who's Hurtley? They're talking about an enemy from Kanto 2. Whose name is, Time to Get Beat Hurtley, or whatever, something like that. Use Spell Bullet? Fair. You can say that for all teams? No. Not really. First off, Charge isn't a team, so we can't say that about them. Bit of a shame that only Two Fingers are actual gangs. Would have been cool if we had, like, the Yakuza or something. We kind of got the Yakuza because the Kurokuma are supposed to be them. The Kurokuma are a much larger organization than we have been able to see. Kaboom. That skill's very satisfying.
시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
I feel like Tremor is still probably the weakest team that is a team. But only because it takes a lot of, like, focus and planning in order to be able to make it good. It's not like the payoff is any less than any other team. It's just that it takes more effort to get to that payoff. Meanwhile, Sinking just goes. Rupture just goes. with maybe a little bit of brain power if you're using a Heisho designed rupture team, which is most of them. Bleed has no thought whatsoever. You trigger Lust Resonance, that's it. Burn is Burn kind of just kills things. It's not super complicated. There's a little bit of thought into where you inflict Dark Flame, but that's it. The addition of the Rooster Heisho has made it a little bit more complex. And then Charge is not a team, so... Tremor Ego is really reliable. But yeah, Tremor is pretty reliant on Ego too. I say that having used like 4 Ego today total. Oh yeah, Poise is just... Poise gets stacked on, but at least they do feel like a team when used together. Because you've got stuff like the Thoracalgias, and you've got all the Poise IDs that trigger extra attacks with each other and stuff like that. The fingers. I think we've seen them before. I can see the light of the elevator beyond the lockdown door. Oh, this looks familiar. If power is returned to the elevators... Ah, then... Oh, yep. Once the elevator doors opened, LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in their movements, as though drilled into them over countless rehearsals. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition, I could tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. I began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle we faced with ease.
LCA 특작팀이라 했나? 역시 제 앞에는 능수능란하군.
들리나? 아이, 내놔봐. 야! 야! 들려?
아이, 깜짝이야.
Wait a minute, what?
아이, 조용히 말해도 잘 들리니까 소리는 지르지 말고.
Oh, radio. I thought it said Rodian. I was really confused.
미안하군. 조수군이 워낙 성질이 급해서. 수감자 오티스의 추측이 맞았네. 우리는 지금 통제실에 와 있고 여기 있는 단말기로 복도 상황을 볼 수 있는데 화질은 영 좋지 않지만 이쪽 구역에 말이지. LCA가 도착했다네.
그래. 우리 눈앞에도 보인다. 이 폐쇄 셔터 너머로.
다만 방금 내가 한 것은 자네들 앞을 가로막는 차단벽 하나를 열어준 게 다르니 다른 부서로 이어지는 내부 승강기를 복구하는 것과는 아무 연관이 없지.
Oh.
그렇다면 이제 부상자들을 안전한 곳으로 올려보낼 수 있는 것인가?
그렇지는 않더군. 모종의 기술을 이용해 내려보냈지만 다시 올라가려면 시설을 복구해야 한다네. 그래도 다행이군. 구역별로 투입된 듯하니 다른 자들도 도움을 받을 수 있겠어. 연구와 관련 없는 살상 기술과 전투에 그다지 흥미를 느끼진 못했지만 주워 들은 바로는 저들이 도시 내에서도 알아주는 전투 집단이라더군.
정면.
The lights flickered and 3 LCA agents who were advancing while covering the front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continues to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into a different shape. At first, the shadow stretched into the sharp tip of a pick. Then, after several more flickers, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Rodia's own. Poland. We need the opinion of our corporate LCA? I don't know, man. You fight the Udjat earlier.
아니, 그렇다 해도 저 정도로 숙련된 부대를 혼자서 호이나 인관 듣고 있는가?
들린다네. 이쪽은 아직이냐만 그쪽은 벌써 제압이 끝난 건가?
절대 복도로 나가지 마시게.
왜 그런가? 아, 단말로 확인해보니 방금 LCE 대원들이 환상체 하나를 완벽히 제압했더군. 저 까다로운 환상체를 몇 분 만에 제압하다니. 이건 관찰 기록에도 덧붙여놔야겠어.
Yeah, man.
이쪽으로 파견된 LCA 지원 병력은 전멸했다.
해방된 야전 상황이었다면 정찰 때만으로도 LCA가 패배하진 않았을 것입니다. 하지만
거미줄에 걸려있다는 사실을 잊으면 적골이 나지. 저들은 자신들이 지극히 유리한 곳으로 먹잇감을 끌어들인다. 개방, 탁 트인 공간. 가정조차 의미가 없다. 그런 일은 애초부터 일어나지 않을 테니.
You mean to tell me he fights in the dark silently? Okay.
봐라. 먹잇감이 자신이 가장 잘 사냥할 수 있는 무대로 직접 걸어 들어가지 않나.
What Alyssa described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A relaxed but disciplined gait. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us, his sharp dress shoes lazily clopping against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Light dances across the glossy surface of his white mask. He returns a smile in response to Ryoshi's furious wrath. Then his lips part, soundlessly mouthing a sentence word by word. Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go?
딸, 훈련은 어땠어?
똑같아. 지루해. 아빠, 팔에 상처가 났는데 직접 입힌 거야?
아, 맞아. 나이프로 내 팔을 관통시키면서 상대를 38번 찔러야 했거든.
Okay, maybe you should get that looked at.
20번째부터는 정말 아프더구나. 그거 알아, 딸? 자결통은 찹쌀통보다 100배는 더 고통스럽다고 하더라. 그러니 누군가를 처리해야 할 땐 불은 사용하지 마. 그들이 고통에 몸부림치면서 너만을 저주하며 지옥으로 떨어질 텐데 적어도 마지막엔 그들에게 더 나은 주마등을 안겨줘야 하지 않겠니?
알았어.
가까이 와보렴. 얼굴에 긁힌 상처가 있구나. 발렌치나의 수업 중에 생긴 거겠지? 그는 너무 과격해. 상처의 개수가 곧 훈련의 척도와 비례한다고 생각하는 자야. 흉이 안 지게 잘 치료해야지.
그러던가.
아니 방금 LC와의 무전대로라면
Why am I looking at you?
관리자님께서 위험...
오티스, 저도 걱정은 되는데요. 당장 우리 쪽도 만만치 않은 상황인 것 같아요.
그건 복구된 CCTV 화면인가?
네, 이 앞을 비추고 있어요. 근데 자네도 와서 보게. 내 기억이 틀리지 않다면 이런 복식을 한 자는
Oh, alrighty. So they have a similar problem. Got it.
저쪽에서 전멸당했다는 사람도 이렇게 당했나 보네. 이건 거의 죽이다 못해 사람을 부서뜨리고 있는데? 뭐라고 자꾸 큰 소리로 떠드는 것 같기도 하고 소리가 잘 들리진 않는데.
요시히데라고 계속 외치고 있군.
그리고 웃고도 있어.
입을 크게 벌리고 몸까지 들썩이며
He has a sword, by the way. He's not using his fists like the other guys.
것 같군 그래.
지금 사람이 저만큼 날아간 거야? 팔로 찬 것뿐인데? 선명한 화면은 아니지만 다리는 의체일까?
Why do you have a prosthetic leg? I mean, it kind of looks like it, but...
아닌가? 강화 문신을 몸이 전부 뒤덮일 때까지 받으면 저런 모양이 될 수도 있을 것 같고. 아, 우라빠 곰발바닥 보고 있구나?
Uh-oh. Oh.
누구야?
But yeah, where did you come from?
나는 키라라고 해.
기척도 없이. 종원, 전투 준비.
아니야. 너희 우리 아빠 보고 있는 거 아니야? 방해 안 할 거야. 싸우지도 않을 거고. 그런 중요한 일을 하는 거라면 내가 대기 타줘야지. 응, 마저 감상해. 아빠라고? 저 사람이? 맞아. 진짜 yor라게
Okay.
멋지지.
Well,
너네 방금 봤어? 저 기술 있잖아. 완전 간지인 것 같지 않아? 나도 따라하려고 하는데도 잘 안 된다니까. 어떻게 저런 강속구로 복도 끝까지 처박히게 하지?
학살에 마치 놀이나 경기 따위로 취급하는가. 불쾌하기 그지없는 물의 배로군.
너 그런 쪽이야? 재밌다. 나도 좋아해. 일주일 전에 나왔던 빗줄기 속 검객 최신화에 등장하는 캐릭터가 그런 말투 쓰잖아.
Okay.
비 엄청 오는데 사실 싹 들치면서. 뭐야? 너도 모르는 거야? 그 작품? 주위에 계속
okay.
중인데
We've got another yapper on our
한 놈은
hands.
맨날 훈련만 해대고 한 놈은 지 검이랑만 조잘거리고 한 놈은 자꾸 혼자 싸돌아다니고 나머지 하나는 뭐라는 줄 알아? 논리적으로 말이 안 되는 게 너무 많대. 그게 제대로 된 감상이냐고. 왜 만화책에 그런 걸 따져? 걔랑은 아무튼 처음부터 끝까지 안 맞는다니까.
I think the story indulges in far too many logical fallacies. What the heck kind of book review is that? That's true. That book review would piss me off. It's like, come on, man, it's fiction. Who cares? If as long as it's consistent, it doesn't matter how ridiculous it is.
아무튼 그거 본 사람 있으면 손 들어볼래? 나랑 3시간, 아니 4시간만 같이 떠들어주라.
그만. 가짜는 헛소리로 구슬려질 정도로 우리는 모르지 않다.
아까부터 화면에 잡히는 게 없어요. 오티스, 저 사람이
Yeah, I think you should be a little worried.
라면
어이, 딸님! 근처에서 놀고 있으랬더니 뭐 이렇게 멀리 왔어?
돌겠군.
She is just shark.
무전이 더 들어오지 않는 건.
이보게! 이스마일군! 오티스군!
So then these guys are gonna see the ring.
아무도 대답이 없는 겐가?
느낌이 좋지 않네요. 관리자님도 떨어져 있는 상황에서 서로 무슨 상황인지도 모르고.
아무래도 시설 복구를 서둘러야겠네. 차단벽 제어권만 들어온다면 서로 협력하기 용이할 테니. 마침 이 근처에도 소실된 회로 하나가.
That.
이것은 약지 조직원이 지나간 흔적이 보이는군요.
That reminds me of something that was in the Distortion Detective.
야, 그렇게 빤히 쳐다볼 필요는 없어.
아니, 역겨움이라는 감정은 내게 큰 영향을 주지 못하네. 다만
팀장님,
Oh, I was about to be like, why is Fay Lantern here? But then I remembered that's just part of his outfit.
일일이 누구의 얼굴인지 헤아리지 마세요.
무심코 한눈을 팔았군. 계속하지. 뭐 할 말이라도 있나?
드물게도 파우스트 역시 호헨하임의 말에 동의하고 있다는 생각이 드는군요.
뭘?
이럴수록 빠르게 시설을 복구시켜야 한다는 것을 말입니다.
Oh, so they just didn't encounter the big ring guy. They just saw what he did. Oh, that's a combat stage. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll use a box. I have 130 of them. Alright. Boss time. Yeah, I know their art is violence. What did the artist try to tell us here? That the curtains were blue. No, I'm kidding. Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage, greeting Ryoshu on the other side of the security wall, we had no other choice but to make our way toward the lab.
류슈양, 답하기 싫은 물음이라 하면 비껴보내어도 괜찮네만. 아비란 자들과는 어떤 사이였는가? 단순히 그대와 악연으로 물든 인연이라기에는. 방금 전 그대의 표정은 조금 미묘해서 말이오.
모든 조각이 맞물려진 것은 아니지만 그들은 말 그대로 아비, 나라는 검을 펴려낸 내 아비들이었다.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly hard to put together, Yisang. Like, oh, we're just doing more of these guys. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose.
받아볼 텐가.
Yeah, these guys hurt a lot. Like, they're not slouches. They're not exactly difficult to win flashes against, they just hurt a lot.
받아볼 텐가.
Okay. Whatever. I can't be too surprised at that one, honestly. So then, they did say in the past that each branch of the ring has a different status effect. So the Corporus are the tremor ones, I would assume. When will Ricardo pop up out of nowhere in this Kanto? I'm not even convinced that he will. It's just something that I assumed would happen because he's the same level as this Kanto's cap. If there's a more powerful member of the middle here, I don't think Ricardo needs to show up. I'm gonna be so real with you. Okay. I'm just not gonna win any clashes today. That's fine. This is why Gregor's the GOAT. He's reliable.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
Tremor and mannequins. I mean, if you were to give the puppets a status effect, it would probably be Tremor, right? It's not like they inflict bleed. They just kind of deal blunt damage. Okay. Acceptable. I already got my bonus for this, for the turn. So.
경외감 속에 숨어.
Boom. I almost never see the original version of this skill outside of the Mirror Dungeon. It's always the enhanced one. Ricardo isn't really a Team Rocket type character until recently. When he first appeared, he was scary. Not really. I mean, yes, he's imposing, but he wasn't, like, hard. Puppets could cause bleed? Yeah, but everything could cause bleed, let's be real here.
빠르게 처리하지.
Is corporism a real form of art? It probably is, right? No, I did not mean corporatism. The first result that comes up is corporism, the systemic disease that destroys civilization. Corporism, the excessive focus on the body in present-day analytic philosophy of mind. Okay, it took me a while to find the real definition. Because the word corporatism is an actual word people use. But I guess that's accurate. I guess it's kind of similar to what they're talking about here. I go away for 1 minute, where did this go? I was trying to figure out what corporism actually was, because, I didn't recall ever hearing the word, and apparently it's just a thing in philosophy. So, if you consider philosophy to be art, and it is one of the arts, to be fair, sure. It's based on the word corpus. I know that. I was just trying to find the actual definition, because I've never seen it used before. That's all.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
No, but that's the thing. Pointillism is a, like...
회수하지 않은 탄피는
If you search... What's the rest of this? Cigarettes and the Nurse Father. Clear stage. I wonder if this is a boss fight. No, but if you search pointillism, you're gonna immediately find the definition for pointillism as in the art form. Same with cubism. Like... Cubism is an art form. You will find information about it if you search it. And, there's one other one which I forget the name of that the ring is used. They used it in Leviathan, and I literally just forgot what it was. But I know it exists, because I've heard of it before. Valvism, that's it.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
Looks like we're here. Why am I reading this?
LCD나 LCE 쪽은 아까의 무전을 끝으로 더 이상 연락이 없어.
좋지 않은 일에 휘말린 게 아니길 바라오만.
관리자, 혹시 느껴져? 황금가지 말이야. 저들이 혹시 먼저 가져가기라도 했다면.
Is this Faust related? No. Realism is one? I mean, it might be, but I don't remember. Not yet. I don't think they did. It's still in there.
그래. 그나마 불행 중 다행이라 해야 하나?
Gregor mumbled on in a gloomy tone.
호에나임 씨가 이 소식을 들으면 그래도 한시름 놓겠군 그래.
Corporism is also a religion? I don't doubt it. I've just not heard of it. You stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. Don't go in there, then! If the assailants were indeed after the golden bow, what could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu?
이 앞에 나딕다 못해 지긋지긋한 향이 나고 있다.
Even in the cloying darkness of the unlit lab, Ryoshu seemed to notice something out of place.
냄새라고 해봤자 류슈 씨의 담배 냄새 말고.
Yeah, Gregor, I think you figured it out. She's not smoking.
맞네. 당신.
Only silence welcomed us in the lab. We couldn't hear any breathing, but there it was without a doubt. The stink of cigarettes and a chilling, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put our finger on.
그곳에서 나올 때 나는 누군가를 경멸하고 있었다. 분명.
Ryoshu started muttering as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though. It seemed as though she was wading through a bog of mutilated memories to cling to her emotions at that moment. I see. She hates the Pinky. That's what it is. That's why she had such a visceral reaction to Lei Heng during Canto 8.
나를 괴롭게 할 생각뿐이었던 거야. 그렇지? 나 때문에? 그건 내가 할 말이지, 요시히데. 네 존재가 지금까지 내 모든 앞길을 막고 있다는 거 알고 있지?
I see blue.
그러니까 이래야 공평하잖아.
Oh wait, that's not. Now I'm confused.
요시히데, 나에게는 계속 들려와. 녹슬고 무거운 족쇄 소리가 달그락 달그락.
In that vision of the past, Ryoshu raises her sword in an agonizingly slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. A white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. In the split second I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Ryoshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. Ryoshu pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. The figure coughed out a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. But she spat out more than just the bloody chunk of flesh. A guffaw hacked its way out of her mouth. The triumphant laughter of one who had just seized the victory of one's life. With a deep, ragged breath, Ryoshu let the sword fall from her grip. She stood rooted in her spot, staring at the flailing figure with a look of pure confusion.
과거의 악취가 만연하는군.
And right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes, the vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Her hand slowly brushing the lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut off. Like a lone watchman who had been keeping vigil, awaiting our arrival. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips.
나는 나의 5 아비로 인해 이 세상에서 가장 소중한 걸 놓고 왔다. 그러니까 되찾아와야 한다.
다시 만나게 되어 진심으로 반가워, 류슈. 라고 주인님께서 말씀을 전하라 하셨사옵니다.
소지아비.
주인님께선 이 비천한 자에게 따로 바람이 없으시니 자연지사 소생은 적막히 녹슬어가는 검과 같아 하루가 권태롭고 내일이 허망하였사옵니다. 그 무렵 그대가 거미씨를 따라 이리 오신 은혜로 이렇게 주인님의 뜻을 재차 받들 기회를 얻었죠.
혀가 길군.
Yeah.
비켜라.
Yeah, stop yapping. As her apprentice approached us, Ryoshu's nurse father slowly stepped away, toward where the container of golden bows lay nestled, emanating a soft glow.
준비가 끝났사옵니다.
What the heck is that?
계획한 것을 잊진 않으셨겠죠.
Where the nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. What the?
기술이 접목된 모구라기엔 상당히 투박해 보이는구려. 싱클레어 군의 집, 그 지하에서 보았던 고문기구와도 닮은 것 같소.
We didn't see ring or index apprentices? Not yet. But I assume they exist.
살도, 피도.
Well, actually, we have seen the one for the index. Theoretically, it's Ryoshu. It's the one from the ring that we haven't seen.
내게 보여줄 예술치곤 미학의 격이 떨어지는데. 이런 상황에서의 침묵은 아름답지 않다고 그자에게 배우지 못했나? 그자, 약자비는 어디에 있지?
The armored figure answered Ryoshu's question with a swing of their huge sword. We need to take care of this quick and track down the golden bow. Let's fend them all off.
제법 미학을 깨우쳤군, 시계. 단 얘가 무엇인지 보여주지.
Oh. Ren. It's a lot of defensive effects. Alright. Gain poise count. If the skill slot using the skill is a main target of an attack skill, gain 2 fewer poise count. And he gains 1 if it wins. Okay. Clash lose a poise count. On hit, gain 2 poise count. Okay. Gain poise. If the skill slot using the skill is a main target of an attack skill, gain 4 fewer poise potency from this effect. On evade, gain 1 poise. Okay. After attack skill end, deal number of slash coins that hit critically times 10. Okay, that doesn't matter right now. Gain 50 Moonlit Azure Blade. Gain 5 shield for every stack. 1% damage on crit where every stack. Lose with stack when hit. This unit has it. Gain SP does not drop below 0. If it was below 0, recover to 0. Convert any SP damage taken into gloom damage. Okay, so he's secretly an enemy without SP. In a clash against targets that aren't Ryoshu, clash power -2. Take minus 20% damage from targets other than Ryoshu. So everyone other than Ryoshu is going to clash better but deal less damage. Doesn't change panic type. Caps poise potency at 25? Oh, and if you gain more, it's converted into the thing. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I just need to clash with him. Oh! I figured it out already. Ryoshu targets the evades, the others clash with him. That is not how clashable skills work. I just learned. It still works, it's just not exactly what I had intended. Okay. Don't let him hit with these two. These two, obviously, you don't want them to hit because it's AoE. Clash win against this. Because it's not unbreakable. Okay. Easy enough. That's not great odds, to be honest with you. Okay. What the heck happened? Oh, is it because one of them's clashing with the counter, right? No, I'm just stupid. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. See? Okay, it was not fine. That actually didn't deal that much damage, but it wasn't what I had wanted. Oh, I never read Ryoshu's effect. I noticed she had one, and I just didn't read it. Welcome back. Okay. First thing I'd like to do this turn... Oh no, I guess it doesn't matter because this is combat start. But I have to target these with something. Ryoshu should be targeting this one. Though Ryoshu is also my best clasher right now, so like, you know. That's fine. Yeah. There. This doesn't clash the first time you use it, right? Yeah. Okay. And it still counts as an attack skill, despite not actually being an attack, so... No, we won't see that tomorrow, Ricky. Tomorrow's not Friday. Gug sword. Jump scare. Alright. What's your gimmick? Coin power +1 for every 10 blade. So this is gaining... This is an 8... Oh no, it's an 8 + 11 because it automatically updates. So normally this is an 8 + 9. That's pretty high roll, honestly. But I got a couple ways that I can deal with it. just gives more shield HP. I don't care. Nope. Save that, actually. You're supposed to be... Yep. This should be fine, hopefully.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
Yeah. I didn't see a reason as to why that would be an issue. Also, he has so much shield HP. Ow. Dealt a good amount of damage, yeah. That's really annoying, Merceau. God. What was this effect? Oh, it's just the same thing as normal. Can't retreat. I love that they had to add that in case you brought Heishos here. You know what absolutely kills this fight? Any ego that inflicts a debuff.
빠르게 처리하지.
Nice tremor burst, buddy.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
2 tanks this season? What are you talking about? We've only gotten 1 tank this season. It's just Otis. Oh, hi there. Albina. I see. What do? You inflict a lot of bleed. Unique charge. Now, why did they do that? When hit by attack skills, inflict bleed count on the attacker. Cool. Why? Passives. Oh my lord. Oh, okay. If the unit is hit by an attack skill before using the powerful attack, gain 1 impact rattled armor. Repressed flesh! Wait a minute. Take reduced damage from all this. If it's not staggered, gain a bunch of defense. Every time it uses repressed flesh, gain 1 fewer. Okay. Oh my god, that's so annoying. And I've still got to deal with this guy the whole time, huh? There's nothing I can do to stop this. And then I really need to win a clash against this one, huh? Well... That's only favored, really? That works. It just sucks that I have to get so much bleed count, and I can't do anything about it, is all. but oh well. Alright. What? Oh, I have another skill. Can we just send this guy to hell? Is that a thing I'm allowed to do? I feel like I should be allowed to do that, and so that's what I'm gonna try to do. Oh, right, that's Unbreakables. I'm gonna take a ton of damage from that, yeah. Excuse me. Give me my skin back. What the hell? Why did you take it? I staggered him? When? Okay, I'm not gonna complain, I just didn't expect it. Oh, Gregor is going off right now. What the heck? Oh, he's just done. Okay. Got it. Okay. I kind of understand what they're going for here. The only one I actually need to win a clash against is this one. So, I will. And then we're just going to power guard the others, so that I'm not hitting them. This sucks, because it'll trigger a reload, and I don't really want that, but I guess it's okay. Get vanguarded. Yes, yes, steal Yisang's blood, I guess. Bonk. Yeah, I read the thing about Blood Fiends. That's a neat touch. Alright, here we go. When hit by attack skills before using this skill. Okay, how does this work? Can I just read it as a skill, please? Gain impact rattled armor. At 3 stacks, after using Repressed Flesh, lose this effect and become staggered next turn. So I just have to hit her 3 times before this gets used? That's literally it? That's not hard to do. Right? Like, don't I just attack and then have the last skill on the dashboard clash? Like, is that not the solution? I don't get it. That's what it looks like to me, so that's what I'm gonna do. If that's wrong, then the game is not worded correctly somewhere. I don't know why this fight would get nerfed. This seems really easy. I'm not doing a lot of damage. That's just because she has a ton of defensive boosts. But it's fine. Yeah, that was really easy. What the heck? Perish.
자세가 뭔가?
It's because Ren was supposed to take your aggro, but you killed him. Okay, well, they didn't do a very good job at designing the fight like that then, because Ren did take my aggro, maybe a little too much. I mean, if she was in the fight from the start, this would actually be a pretty cool boss fight, I feel like. Because then you could balance between, like, using clashable guards to deal with her skills and then also dealing with Ren. But it didn't end up being that big of a deal, let's just say. Am I missing something here? Is this all... Is there like a passive that tells me that this skill does something, or... Isn't she supposed to be staggered right now, by the way? Alright. Cool. Good job. I was like, what the heck is the gimmick here? And it turns out the gimmick was, nothing. So... you know. Oh, I didn't realize that coin had that skill had that many coins. It's fine, though. Yisang's got this. And Gregor's got this, because, she has Deep Wound right now, so, Obliterate. Got her. Oh, I see.
계획에 없는 행동을 삼가라고 소생이 누누이 말하지 않았사옵니까?
보여? 파시아도 두근거리기 시작했어. 오랜만에 보는 떨림이야. 파시아에게 대화 정도는 시켜줄 수 있지 않겠니?
그런 사사로운 욕망의 표출은 이번 계획에 있지 않사옵니다.
맥박을 놓치며 달아오르는 살결을 구경만 하는 그런 계획. 파시아는 거슬리나 봐. 힘줄이 팽팽해졌어.
주인된 자들의 뜻에 따르기 위해서는 이런 흔한 장단에는 초연해지셔야 하옵니다.
마에스트로님의 영영 되찾을 수 없는 아이에 대해 늘 궁금했었는데 조형 정도는 준비해볼 수 있지 않겠어?
뜻을 헤아릴 줄도 모르는 망나니에게 가지를 한번 칠 필요가 있겠군요.
With that, the man who stood in our way leaped toward the pulsating greatsword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike.
다행이라고 말해야 할지. 저들끼리 싸우느라 정신이 없는 것 같구려.
Ah, the golden bow. Feeling a dull pain squeezing through the grooves of my mind, I turned toward the spot from which the sensation surged forth. And saw Ryoshu standing there. In her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily have had me believe that she would unsheath the sword from her back at any minute. At the receiving end of that glare was the veiled figure who'd been watching our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshu's wrathful gaze as she did in the fragmented memories. Then she withdrew into the shadows, the darkness slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sights.
단테, 황금가지는 찾았어? 이 틈을 타.
No, we were too late. I felt the dull pain in my head lift as I pointed at where the veiled person stood. The golden bows that should have been there were gone. What remained in their place were dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind that Ryoshu smoked, piled up like a thick layer of dust.
서두르지.
Yippee!
수습이 늦어지면
Gregor carrying as always.
수고가 될 테니.
Gregor outshining Ryoshu in her own Kanto. I mean, it's a cool fight. It at least makes you think for more than 16 milliseconds, so there's that. Neat. Speaking of neat, Luxcavation. Why is this the Gregor that's in this Luxcavation team? What?
지위를 받는 건 오랜만.
잠시 같이 걸을 텐가.
소재가. 이번 의뢰는
고래를 향해.
일인가요?
가스
Let's
점화.
see. Check the cutscene again in the theater. It's a sneak peek. No. I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to experience stuff out of order. Really? The thumb? Okay. At least it's something new.
빠르게 처리하지.
합격장.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
내 뒤.
It's a little hard to solo. Well, the problem is you're trying to solo it in a game built around team building. You know?
빠르게 처리하지.
Next week we get Ring Apprentice and maybe Pinky Thumb as well. Maybe. Will Blunt Luxcavation be the middle? Probably, yeah.
한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한 헤드샷.
Oh, these guys have never really been that big of a problem. So, especially for a team like this, like, they just get washed against a full Pierce team.
히스카이프 지금 공로 지원한다.
빈틈투성이군.
There we go. That should be the end of the fight. Yeah, no, this girl was the Ring Apprentice. I know that. They're less frustrating than the Deathrite monks? I mean, that's true. I don't think there's any enemy that wouldn't be less frustrating than those guys. Do you think Otis is part of the Ujjat, or was... I think she was a part of the Ujjat. I don't think she is right now. But that's why she got the ID for them, so...
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을
Yeah,
줄
that's
알았냐?
more. Thank
저놈들
you.
무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
I did it.
이런 일에 기뻐해야 할 이유가 있을까요?
I think that's all of my dailies. Oh. Right. Suppress 20 abnormalities? I guess Peccatulum count towards that. Okay, well, it's a pretty good start to a Canto. Nothing super interesting happened. It was mostly introducing all of the parts that would be played. Why would Otis be Greek-themed? Ujat is Egyptian, unless it's some roundabout thing. No, I mean, yes, the Ujat are themed around Egyptian symbolism. That's not the point. Like, you know what the story of the Odyssey. Nobody outburgers the king? I don't care who outburgers the king. I'm having pizza after this. Why would Odysseus be Greek? Yeah, good question. Yeah, good question. I mean, I don't want to call anybody dumb, but the Odyssey is the Greek masterwork. It's not Egyptian. The Greeks and the Egyptians are very closely related. So, like, you know, they're pretty in real life history. The Greeks and the Egyptians were allies during the time of Odysseus, I believe, is the actual thing. As for their relationship in modern times, I couldn't tell you that because I don't know. I haven't done enough research into either. In fact, I don't hear about either country very often. Anyways, thank you all for being here. I'm going to eat pizza and then probably work on the ID overview, which should be out on Friday. Normally I would wait to stream until after the ID overview stuff happens, but I didn't want to have the story be spoiled, which is why I'm doing the streams first this time around. So, I'm excited to see what happens in the future. Because I'm gonna be so honest, not much has happened so far. The fights have been the one big fight at the end is interesting at the very least. Join us in movies? No, I have to edit, Angela. But I'll see you all later. Have a good rest of your day.